Every Thursday, the scene is set in the realm of thoughts where minds are met. They're the thinkers with brains on the brink. Every Thursday, they're doing a thing with that dark kitty as the fearless lead. The fox through by her side, they plant the seed with Dorkus guiding through dungeons deep, and Grey Coupe spreads it on steep. Nemo's crush goes like magic in the air to press Hydra's expertise beyond compare. Charles manages the box office with grace, while other guests add to the lively space. In a world of thoughts where minds collide, the thinkers gather their wits as their guide. From deep contemplation to laughter's embrace, every Thursday is their special place.
Special place.
The song goes
Welcome.
Good morning,
Always.
good evening, and good night.
Hey, hey.
And that's hey meow, and all of that.
Hey, Row.
Hey Row. Hey Dorkus.
Hello.
Ruh-roh.
Hello.
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 Tell me now.
So, Gray's back, guys.
Yay.
Yeah. And Charles, he also wasn't here.
I
for
was
part of
sort
last
of
time.
here last week.
Okay.
Somewhat. Yeah.
Not
He
for
tried
the-
He was
tell you
called
couldn't
away.
get up.
On a secret mission. He actually saved the world. In fact,
He
do
does
you want
look
to run
You're
us through it? You were saying before the show started that you were approached by some sort of alien intending to abduct. Go on. What's the story? How did you save the world, Charles?
She's actually
Yes.
an immigrant. It's just my wife. I don't know.
Ah.
You like calling her alien.
my
I understand.
God.
that,
Oh.
It does seem a bit inflammatory, perhaps unnecessarily.
And she's
But
just
proof
British.
that Charles succeeded. I mean, the world's still here.
You're
True
welcome.
Scooby in the game.
To be clear,
Dorkus.
I know.
I was no, but I have to say,
Don't
I was
explain
hoping
the
for a
joke.
sci-fi story. Oh, sorry.
If you have a problem with what we just said, come to me.
Oh. Not playing around.
It's
Okay,
satire.
I don't know what just happened, but what we
Just
are
being
doing today
insecure.
for today's
Insecure.
thing, Razael says he spent time in Ohio and lost his apartment in Colorado. I don't know how that goes with what you guys
Well,
are talking about, but I'm
With
sure
how
it's
housing is
hilarious.
in Colorado, it makes sense.
Sorry to hear
I
that.
feel
Charles.
for you, Charles.
What?
Well, I don't know. Razael is funny. That's all I know. But Nico, I thought Dorkus is Scooby.
That's why
Um,
he's doing the R thing.
I would say I'm Shaggy because I'm
It
just
wasn't me.
dopey.
I'm,
I don't think you
Um,
smoke nearly enough weed to
whoops.
be Shaggy.
I'm clean now that I'm in this country. Eat the cat. No, thank you, Lucy.
Is there a song for that already?
Let's not.
Yes, there
Uh,
is.
Rosales is going to do that. Ohio is so tough that they steal people's apartments. You know what? That's probably what got me so messed up yesterday, because somebody by mistake walked into our apartment last night when I was going to sleep. When I was asleep, and I lost my mind.
You're in
Do
Ohio.
you not lock the door?
Yeah, that's another thing. We don't lock the doors. I'm gonna actually lock the door right now.
Oh, to not be American.
Yeah, I could not imagine ever not.
Yes,
locking
as
my
a South
door.
getting
African,
culture
I should
shock
know
from you.
this. I should know this. I should not have become complacent. But basically, yeah, somebody walked in, opened and closed the door. I shat myself. I woke everybody up because I screamed.
Yeah, I imagine so.
So I guess I was having an Ohio experience. Fake South African now. Yes, exactly. No, Bo. Can you imagine? I'm the worst South African. I just locked the door now. So we good.
Yay.
No, never again, guys. Never again. This is not.
You lost your African card the second that you thought about not locking that door.
No, Bo. You know what's actually BMO when I drive, because I drive now. But when I drive, I also don't put my handbag under the seat so it's invisible. Because
Oh, really?
smash and grab. Yeah. In South Africa, as soon as when I'm in a car, as soon as I have my bag, I'm like, oh shit, they can see my bag. I have to hide it so that they don't break the window. But you've never locked your door and you live in the rural South. That's cool. No valuables must show. Yes. Yeah.
When I was in Seattle, I didn't even have a car, so I didn't have to worry about that.
Yeah, there you go. You can't get robbed. You can't get smashed. It's called smash and grab. Smash and grab. Okay. Anyway. What we are going to revisit, because last week we had an absentee mustard jar.
Yeah.
He was in chat.
I mean, the box office guy wasn't exactly here either.
Yeah.
You know, perhaps me and him are on one side of this argument where you three seem to agree quite a bit.
So we are going to revisit the bitter media discussion. I was wondering, do we want to EFAP it or?
I actually went through. So granted, I might not have. Yes, so to speak. So I went through the transcript. I mean, I'm no, I don't exactly make diagrams here, but there are some points that I jotted down, and I think some of them are powerful. So I put it into a PowerPoint instead of a full-on diagram.
Slides.
So I have your points, and I have some slides because of stupid StreamYard and what it allows you to share. For some reason, it likes PowerPoints, which I don't get.
Yeah, it likes slides. Yeah.
I got real lazy as far as completing the PowerPoint thing. And by that, I mean, I had to fit in walking my dogs and doing a 45-minute workout this morning. So I chose that over completing the PowerPoint thing.
Loser.
So
you weren't nearly
less impressive as it goes on, but the start is strong.
Okay.
But I have your points all kind of. So I listened to it like 2 times, and I grabbed the transcript and I tried to see what exactly your guys' arguments were. So I have it all color coded in my little paper over here. But I saw that there was about 6 major things that most of your arguments all kind of fit in. So yeah, those are my slides. But
I'm excited.
without further ado,
before we jump over there.
Oh yeah,
I just have one small little comment that we are taking the subject from last video and smash and grabbing it into this video. Okay.
Fair enough.
It doesn't really work.
More sequels, exactly. It's not nearly as inspired as the first.
Okay.
Anyways, go on. Chris.
Processing and uploading right now, so momentarily. Oh, I guess I should stop Velmaing.
BMO's Bushstokes. Yeah, sorry.
So, for those who didn't catch last week's stream, we talked about bitter media, and my thesis statement, more or less, was that there is ideological motivation driving a lot of the creative decisions in Hollywood at the moment, and that ideology is inherently narcissistic. And
so I actually broke that up into 2 things. So narcissism is a big thing, and Kid also hit on narcissism, but you were kind of also mentioning ideology. So I kind of broke those 2 up. So like there is the kind of leftist ideology and there is kind of the narcissism, but it seemed like there were kind of 2 different arguments that you were doing there. But sorry for interrupting you with that. It seemed like there were kind of 2 different ways that you were going with that, because you did mention the leftist ideology. Well, I guess we could get into it. I apologize.
All good. Specifically, I'm referring to CRT, or if you're not averse to the word, woke, which I would define as a zealous adherence to CRT ideology. But anyway, continue, please.
And then BMO's initial thing that kind of kicked us off is he was saying that he sees franchises or sequels or kind of reboots or reimaginings as kind of fueled by bitterness.
Towards the version that came before it.
And that's where we kind of started arguing in the behind the scenes chat, which was fun. I think there's bitterness there, but I don't see it as the fuel for what causes this. But we kind of went back and forth, and you had a couple other conversations, and by the time it actually got to last stream, you had kind of changed that bitterness wasn't necessarily what fueled it, but it causes the bitterness in the fan base because of these changes. And yeah, I totally agree with that. And I think we agree, all of us. I don't think Charles, I'm speaking for him now because, that's what I do. I think all of us would agree on a bunch of different points, that there are these changes that we see in movies, that there does seem to be this drive for, a lot of people have called it like wokeification or whatever, but there are, more diverse hirings behind the scenes and on the screen. I think there's a lot of things that we kind of all agree on. I just think we might disagree on what is the cause of that, where it seems like BMO is saying that initially it was bitterness that was towards the franchise that was causing this. And then you were saying it was narcissism, as I know better than you, so here's how I'm going to change it. I just see it as slightly different, but I wanted to kind of go over these things. So yeah, I gave it a weird title, and looking at this, it looks like it's going to resize everything because I had the interrobang on one line. So these might be all screwed up now that I'm sharing, but good times. Yeah, that's how you move slides. Okay. So the first thing that BMO was saying was hatred of what came before.
Yeah.
And BMO was saying that he sees in the last decade there's been a targeted hatred of things that are coming before in terms of movies, books, comics, especially from franchises. And your examples were like The Witcher, Star Wars, Rings of Power. Yeah. You were saying that it seems like they really do hate what came before.
In terms of The Witcher, which is like the most solid example I have, the writers for that have actively come out saying how they dislike the series. I believe that's 2 individual writers.
Yeah, but I don't know if that incorporates the entirety of what's driving that show. Do you know, for example, like how many writers are on The Witcher?
Yeah, I believe there was like 28.
So that's what I mean. It's like, I agree that these people have this ideology and they are kind of pushing this thing. And perhaps, they're not actually interested in this and they don't actually give a shit about it. In the case of Witcher, I know of at least 2 different writers on there that said they specifically take pride in the fact that they haven't read it. They don't want to read it. They're not looking to do that. But
they're looking to make their own story with the same IP's name.
Yeah.
Well, they're looking to get hired as a writer on something and get their name out there so that they could actually make their own thing. I think a lot of these people don't care about it because they are looking to get their foot in the door. They are looking to actually move up in the industry. And one thing is, hey, I got my name on Halo. I got my name on Witcher, whatever. It doesn't matter if you care about it. If you did anything good, your name is in there as a writing credit.
Yeah, but what we're saying is they don't care about the actual, like you've said, they don't care about it. We want them to care about it. Or we want the studio executives to hire people that care about it.
Or if anything, to remain faithful to the material.
And also just another thing to say,
guys.
Another thing to remind, like the thing that we came across with all of the side dice is also that there are many different reasons for certain franchises to fall apart. There are different layers in terms of executives, then writers, then actors, and all of that. We did talk about those layers.
Spoilers, that might be one of the 6 groups that's coming up.
But that's what I'm trying to say is that one of the things is that I hope that you did not ascribe all of the examples we've given as if that is our full argument. Those are just examples of how these factors all affect.
I've already determined what I think.
So let me say the names of the categories that I kind of saw the arguments go into. So the first one was hatred of what came before. So we're still kind of in that. The second one is writers are to blame. The third one is deconstruction. The fourth one is leftist ideology. The fifth one is narcissism. And the sixth one is multifaceted. And then that's where we get into, but it's not just this one aspect of it. It's not just profit, for instance. So I kind of wrote this how the conversation kind of happened, but I think some of these kind of, it seems like there is mutually exclusive, like what you're saying here is this is the reason for it, but then in other places we're saying this is the reason for it. Eventually it did go to the multifaceted thing. So I don't want to, I'm not trying to straw man any of you guys or say like this is your only thing, but the multifaceted argument is kind of the last one that I kind of went with, because I think that's more encompassing. That's the closest to what I would argue is what's going on with this.
Okay. I want you to rip apart my argument. So like, I want you to be
I'm not trying to rip it apart.
Possible.
I'm just trying to give my where I would disagree with it is all. I'm not saying I'm right and you're wrong.
I will say I'm looking forward to hearing how you've separated the ideology from the narcissism, because in my mind, I'm having trouble doing that. I find them to be inseparable. Okay. But so I'm looking forward to.
I'm going to grab some coffee. I will be back in literally 40 seconds.
Rookie move to not have it ready. Come on.
I know, right?
Fair enough. So that was BMO's statement on kind of the hatred of what came before. And then Dorkus, you had one that we were saying you thought that the people want to enforce these changes weren't actual fans in the first place, or that they value different aspects than what the core fan base values, and that these core fans are spitefully attacked for not appreciating these changes, and that the core fans would be more forgiving and kinder if the creators were more respectful. The example that you gave was Madam Web. The actors didn't lie and say, like, this is the greatest thing ever. They seemed to know what they made, and they weren't really harassed for that.
That's more or less right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think so.
Cool. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think, if they didn't come at this so combatively by saying, like, this is so much better, the original thing wasn't as great as you're saying, this is just the production thing and it's not for you, this is progress. I think those are really bad responses to, like, hey, you changed this thing that I love. But, we didn't really get that with Madam Web. And I think the reaction was very different. I don't remember those actors getting harassed. I think it like really propelled Sydney Sweeney into public awareness, so to speak. But I don't know. I know there was one actor who was saying that she still likes it, but I still don't remember her getting harassed. So
with regard to the weren't fans in the first place part, I would probably want to take that. I would want to lean more on the value different aspects element more so than the not actual fans. But I do think that there are many cases of folks who are entering into various areas with the intention to be activists. I don't think either statements you have here from me are wrong. Just know that I would think it's more the case of the second than the first, if that makes sense.
Fair enough. And I'm not trying to say like these are your only. These were just kind of the ideas that were expressed, and I did change them up a little bit to try and make them a little bit more concise. So if I have strawmanned you, please let me know. Like, change it in any way. I'm not saying these are set in stone. These are your exact words. They're not. They're slightly changed from the transcript, which is off. So,
and if you felt like I was strawmanning you last week, I apologize. That wasn't my intention.
No. That was BMO. We will get to that. That is after number 6.
What is strong?
Things I must respond to. So it's making the weakest version of somebody's argument so that it could be easily toppled over, or you could easily rebut it. Not a strong version of it, and generally it's kind of not actually what they're saying by any means.
I will try to brickman everyone.
Please do. Steel Man is the best. I'm attempting to Steel Man, but perhaps this is more stick manning. But cool. So sorry. And then Kitty, you also kind of wow, I really hate how it resized everything. That's not good. So sorry. What I had was that you think the reasons that they're creating this extended universe thingy is because of the IPs are loved. The name is known and it has a built-in fan base. So it would behoove them to keep what was originally there because it's what made it popular in the first place.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I also agree with this.
I apologize for the spacing on this. It worked before I exported it or whatever the hell it is. So screw StreamYard. I'm going to blame that.
Maybe if I put it as a solo layout, full screen layout.
Even that's not doing it.
Yeah, it's there because that is in half there, and it's not.
Well,
it's the
my PowerPoints are not as
StreamYards.
They're not as powerful as these points could be. But yeah, like I don't disagree with that either. It does seem like sometimes they're not really looking at the correct elements of like why somebody loved a certain thing. So I just see it's a much different thing. All of these points kind of go to if you're trying to get the best possible story. I don't know that that's what the film industry, that's what the television industry is about. I see it more as they're selling something. So they're trying to get the most profit imaginable.
Yeah.
I don't think they're looking at these IPs because they're loved. It's like, oh, that's something I can bank on. And I spoiler to my argument, I also think that's what they're doing with this ideology thing. It's, oh, that's something that I can use. I don't think that they actually agree with that. And we'll kind of get to that with the ideology thing, but I think you're right. Like all of these points are correct. If you're trying to get the best possible art, I don't think that's what they're looking for. I think it's just a difference.
Do you think that getting the best possible art, we would just assume that it would be it would be successful. Like I said, it would behoove them to make a good story because those are the ones that are actually successful. There's a reason that, say, Tolkien is still beloved now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So wouldn't that be like a great, like the fact that these are IPs is because they were built over a long time and beloved over a long time. So it's like buying in on a brand that like you said, they can bank on it. It's not that they have to appreciate it or like it themselves. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Same thing that we get to the ideology as well. It's the same thing that they don't give a shit when they change their profile pictures to the rainbow or during June. They don't do that.
Or the black square or whatever. It's
yeah, exactly.
Or putting a flag on there. I'm not sure that they really do buy into that, or it's
all
just
marketing.
Yeah, I think it's maybe that's me being cynical and attributing something to them that they don't actually believe. But I'm not sure that they truly have bought into all of this.
I would interject to say that I agree with you, Gray. But back to the different tiers of awareness, I think the executives operate differently than the writers, than the actors, than the grip, than it's various levels. But I would also want to just interject as an aside. I don't think you have to like a thing to be able to work on it. Stephen Delane, who played Stannis in Game of Thrones, didn't like Game of Thrones, didn't care about it. I think that there's like an interview where he was like, yeah, the actor that played Davos is super into it and he's telling me all this stuff and I just don't care. But the work that Stephen Delane does shine through because he's an incredible actor and he does that work.
Yeah, there's like countless examples of that.
Apparently
the recent hit It Ends With Us, the director and star of it, he refuses to work on the sequel, even though it came in like second, only to Wolverine, and it made like over, I think it was like 50 something million its opening weekend. It's definitely guaranteed a sequel, but he's stepping down because he can't work with Blake Lively. But everyone likes the performance. Like nobody's talking crap about his performance. It's just the off-screen chemistry. There's like a million versions of that. It is about that art. That's what the audience kind of cares about. But yeah, there is something to be said for certain chemistry. But I don't know. Like also when you think of like one of my favorites, and I think Charles's favorite, but The Shining, Shelley Duvall went through hell. She was having the worst time ever, which kind of works for that character. But I mean, like she did not love that experience, and I'm sure she wanted to be the hell out of there. But man, it's all what ends up on screen. But with the writers specifically, I think a lot of them view it as a job. I mean, how many things have you done that you could care less about, but you're trying to make a buck? Especially as an actor or a creative, like your gigs are kind of limited and you're looking to get your foot in the door. I know I've taken gigs that I absolutely hated, that I had no passion for, that I really hated, but it's one more credit I can put on my resume.
Yeah.
I can understand that argument, but I don't think that's really where I was going for when I was referring to the writers.
Oh, let's see then. Oh, damn it. Well, this isn't going to work that well. So those were the things, but there was spacing on this. It was big. It wasn't this tiny little thing. I'm really hating whatever PowerPoint decided to do here. So what your actual quote was: writers flaunt that they don't know the original material, using spark notes at best because they care more about their own story, and spitefully and disrespectfully comment it was never good anyway. And then your example was The Witcher, Star Wars, Wheel of Time. So, I mean, I think there's individual writers that do that. So that would be the example of The Witcher. Like, yeah, there were a couple of writers who were specifically saying they didn't care about this. Same thing with Halo. I know a bunch of those writers came out saying that they didn't care about the source material. They've never played the games. They're not looking to do that. They're doing their own show. And, you know, it kind of shows through. That is what they did. I don't know that the direction of the actual thing is up to the writers. I think that blame being attributed to them is, I think so, because like the direction of the show, so you've got a showrunner and then you've got infinite studio notes. And then on top of that, so you're going to get every single producer, they want to be responsible for something. So each one's going to give a stupid note so that they can say, I have done this thing. Oh, crap. MSK is here. Hey, MSK. Sorry about that. So like each producer is going to try and get their own taste on whatever it is. They want to flavor it their way.
Gosh, we are on episode 69.
Nice.
Nice.
I didn't notice that.
But yeah, so every producer is going to do that, and then you're going to get studio heads who are going to say that, and then on top of that, you're going to get more studio notes, possibly even from like a board saying what direction they want. And then on top of that, you're going to have, as you guys talked about before, like focus groups. I know Charles has been a part of one of those. I've been a part of one of those. They kind of suck. And then I don't know if Charles, have you ever gotten notes from a focus group on like what things need to be changed?
I've heard of someone very close to me that has been a process of fixing the original product.
Making it for a modern audience, one could say.
No, I wouldn't say that. Let's
like
just
more
say,
like punch up type stuff. Like,
right.
Hey, we need another pass at this. We're looking to add these elements, or these elements need to be toned down.
Does it have to be bread? And then suddenly you have crap.
Which some of the notes are really stupid like that. So it just kind of sucks. Like some of these writers, they get their name on it, but they're like the 10th person, the 10th pass on it. And they're charged with anywhere you see bread, change it to crackers. Something as stupid as that. I don't know that the blame goes to that guy. I think there's so many more levels to this that have so much more responsibility and control over what the end product is, as opposed to the writer who's like kind of the start of the process. But once you have the thing, then generally you'd go into pre-production, get everything ready so that you have it according to the script. Then you'd actually have to get the actors there. You'd actually have to get them to perform what you put on the script. Then you'd actually have to capture that correctly. Then you'd have to actually show that in the edit. Then it would have to actually be included in there. And that's after you've gotten all those notes. So it's just like, there's so many layers beyond just the writer.
I have a question after Kitty, because she's got
absolutely. There is definitely there are layers, and you can't attribute blame to one person. But definitely one of the things we did mention as well is that you would have to go on a case-by-case basis to talk about each specific one. Then as well, what also needs to be kept in mind is that these people that are working on the project as well, whether or not they had this influence or not, they get in on a bandwagon where they get in on the marketing trajectory, in which they have to emphasize the changes that were made to the story, and they take part in that. And one of the things that we spoke about is that yes, they take part in that, and whether or not they actually agree with it, they do it because they're in that environment. So we also acknowledge that we can't ascribe the ideology to these people, but it exists. I think the main point that main thrust that we got to is that you can't tell me that it doesn't exist. That's the only thing.
Yeah, and I don't know if anyone is saying it doesn't. Like, if they are, that sucks. Like, you can definitely see that there is a push. Like, even if you were to, like, I'm pretty sure if you Google like top trends for like the 2020s, you're gonna see like diversity in front of and behind the camera. It's definitely gonna be one of the pushes that was there. But I mean, social justice, like climate change, that was also a thing that was pushed pretty heavily in the 2010s. It seems like there are certain trends that kind of get pushed. I'm not sure. I guess, yeah, I have kind of a lot of responses to this when it comes to like the ideology thing. But I guess essentially my argument is I don't know if they believe in it. I think what Hollywood is it is chasing the previous trend, whatever was popular, like if it's Western movies, okay, we're going to make 1 million Western movies. Okay, it's teenage coming of age stories, we're going to make 1 million of those. I don't know that they buy into any of this as opposed to they're chasing the trend. But I don't know that they even believe anything. It's just, this was successful, I need to do this. Oh, this is popular, I need to do this.
What did you think of the thing that the analogy we used of them putting their finger on the scale of we know that change is inevitable, and that trends happen, and one of the things was like the spaghetti western and all of that stuff. What I do feel is that the change has been forced a lot more in this period of time. Do you agree with that, or was that something?
I don't know, because like if you're gonna go with movies, it's weird because like I could go each decade and say like what's being pushed, but like for instance, like the 90s was kind of a cultural shift towards more independent, career-driven like female characters. So you have like Legally Blonde, you've got like Notting Hill. There's romantic comedies that have themes of female empowerment. It does have like romance, but it's also combining like modern and career-focused women, and the studios really market those to a growing female audience. I feel like we got a lot of those previously, but when that's happening now, it's just instantly called woke. I think there's a trend that they're chasing, and there is definitely things that they're kind of pushing, but I don't know that they truly believe that, or it's like, this was popular, so now we need to make one like that. We need to make the next Legally Blonde. So I don't know. I feel like, so in the chat, it was brought up like propaganda. I mean, how many films were propaganda before? I think that's a very big part of kind of what they do. It is showing you a certain ideology, at least a certain worldview or a way of looking at something.
May I ask, I apologize if this derails us, but
yeah,
which movie is better, Legally Blonde or Barbie? I would strongly
I like
argue
Barbie.
Legally Blonde.
I love the ambiguity of Barbie. To me, it works on so many different levels. And then when you just see like the discourse that's happened and like the arguments that people interpret it so many different ways, I love that. But if you're going to go straight up comedy, for me, the comedy of Legally Blonde works better. But I don't know. I think I've seen that twice. I don't feel like I ever need to see that. I really
enjoy that movie.
I would be down to watch Barbie almost any time.
I've not seen Barbie, but Legally Blonde, man, love that movie.
Well, then,
I think Legally
for
Blonde is a fantastic movie.
I bend and snap every day. Okay, but I do have a question about this because I feel like we're getting a little far away from the quotes that are on screen.
For sure.
So the whole point about the things that I'm saying here in these direct quotes are criticisms of those bad apples that I were talking about. I know that it's not representative of all of the writers because I don't know the opinions of all the writers. But the ones that have spoken out, they should be ridiculed for their ideas here. Because that is a problem. These people, yes, gig work, they're just doing it as a job. But I'm talking about more and more pointing towards these people seem to revel in pissing off the fan base by saying, we are making changes, neener, neener, nanny, nanny, boo, boo, deal with it, sit and twist, you'll buy it anyway. That's kind of an overall what I was kind of going for.
You kind of used that analogy last time too. Who is saying that though? Who is saying sit and twist, nanny nanny boo boo? Like, I've heard like 2 writers from The Witcher say like, yeah, I haven't read the original thing. I don't care. We're doing something else. But I haven't heard like it's so much better. So sit and twist. Like, I think there's this extra part that you're kind of adding to it that I'm not aware of.
What was her name? There was a producer, and this is the same lady that worked on Star Wars. She was a Star Wars producer. What was her name? What is her name? She is still the director of
Kathleen Kennedy.
Thank you. She has made some side comments about how Star Wars was never good anyway. Not in direct quotes, but I would need to get you specific examples, and I can.
And
try
also,
and get
and they might not necessarily even be within the in the production of it, but there's the Screen Rants and those kinds of people that are in Access Media that they are spinning that sort of stuff. They are part of the culture discussion that says it's not for you, or that they do the they run interference for these things, and that is the main. They're the guys that go and ask the questions in the junkets that are like, oh, this is the gayest Star Wars, right? They're all part of this. That's exactly why we came to the conclusion that you cannot point at one exact point where it's happening. It's all over, and you can't even point at who holds it for real and who doesn't. So for me, it might not. It doesn't have to be the person in the production, but a lot of the time on those junkets, that's what they do.
I think my argument was mainly coming from the people making it, though.
Well, I would just throw out
yeah.
Jessica Gao. I think there's an interview with her expressing giddiness at the thought of people finding out that she made the fans the villains.
Yeah. And tweets themselves during their the actual responses, the actual there's even the one that there's things like, even with Concord now, there was one of the Concord artists said these weirdos won't get games anymore that they'll play, something like that. It also ascribes a certain you are wrong to the fan of that previous way of doing things.
So great. I'm going to try and find some examples of that first thing, but on the second thing, the second quote that's on the screen here. So these shows do get greenlit for 2 seasons usually.
Yes, I agree with the first half of this.
Okay.
Where I disagree is that these writers are aware they have 2 seasons to do whatever they want, so they don't care about the audience reaction. I think your example of Halo completely goes in the face of that. There was so much criticism that they got for season 1 that they changed it a lot and then intentionally tried to make it so that Master Chief was wearing his helmet. Granted, he was out of armor for like half of the season. It's still a piece of shit. I hate it. I had to watch it for a podcast that I did that was pointless.
I definitely didn't watch the second season, so you got me there.
There were changes that were made based off of audience reaction to the first one. So you're right. Some of these are getting greenlit for 2 seasons. But the other example that the chat was bringing up, which I will totally bring up in 1 second, was The Acolyte. That initially had 2 seasons reportedly. But again, audience reaction. Well, I mean, audience reaction does seem to matter. And things kind of do get retooled, and they, make certain changes based off of definitely test groups and audience reaction. So I don't know. I think audience reaction is a huge thing because it lets you know whether or not you're getting more seasons, whether you're going to keep going. I just think it's a little cynical to say that they don't care about the audience reaction.
I will admit I am cynical about this. But I do want to make sure that I'm hedging myself here by saying I'm not taking the same position as the guys from Nerdrotic, like I'm the Friday Night Tights crew. Like, I'm not saying these people hate you, they want you dead, they will purposely make everything bad.
I'm not trying to put anything else on you. It was just, and again, this is kind of distilled from a couple of sentences. So if I'm not making it correct, like, please correct me. I'm not saying this is set in stone. This is you.
Well, I'm still trying to find direct quotes from people while we're talking. But
Cool.
That's why I said we should EFAP it.
Well, well, let me address kind of the Leslie Headland acolyte thing. So I understand a lot of people don't like what it is. And then, Kitty, you even brought up that pretty disastrous junket interview where the guy said, "This is the gayest Star Wars ever." That has been attributed to her so many different times that, like, she said it's the gayest ever. And if you watch that clip, she is so uncomfortable when that guy says it. The Amandla
Stein.
No, yes, I'm screwing up her Steinberg.
Amandla.
I think it's Amandla Steinberg. Sorry, I wanted to call her something else, like Steinfeld, and it's like that is not correct. But yeah, she seemed to really take glee in that and was saying, "Yes, it is. Yes, Queen." But that has really been attributed to Leslie Headland. Everything that I've seen with Leslie Headland, she's super into Star Wars and she's super into the High Republic thing. There's a lot of things that she brought in from canon. She really does know Star Wars and has an appreciation for it. I think she made a horrible product, but I don't think it's accurate to say that she hates it. Every interview that I've ever seen,
is she the one that said it's aesthetics? The color of the lightsabers was just
in her show. She was asked, why do the characters in your show have it? Like, she's not saying in Star Wars it's aesthetics. Just she didn't put the thought through in hers,
she said
which is
for her
really
show,
stupid.
Which to me is kind of one of the signs of, like, she's a different kind of fan, I suppose. Because
so that seems to me like it's a different thing than saying that you hate the original because you don't have the certain reverence for the colors of sabers in yours.
What's
I
that?
think
that's like for me. If somebody said that the one power is not, sorry, what did you say, Charles?
What's the definition of Samuel L. Jackson having a purple lightsaber then? He just wanted the
it's
color
badass.
purple.
Yeah.
He wanted,
I mean,
no.
are you going to tell him no?
For me, yes, I will. But for me, if somebody comes and says to me, side in and side are not a thing anymore, and what the one power is just the one power.
And that is coming up.
That's kind of like, sorry. That to me feels disrespectful. So when Star Wars fans who are very sensitive, I know, hear that this person who is supposed to save their franchise because apparently it's dying, who is supposed to be really into Star Wars, says it's just about the way it looks, and the fandom is like, even the shill who's asking the question is very excited to say, what does it mean? Because we talk about red equals bad, and what's in the story about it. Would your lightsaber be this or that?
Red means bad, but that's the only part of the colors that she kept, which definitely shows that she's not thinking about this as deeply, and she didn't put as much investment into this as the previous authors did. But she is bringing up a whole bunch of different points from the extended universe that you would have to actually read these novels to know. And she has brought a whole bunch of these characters in, like Plagueis, I know, who the hell cares, Cortosis, like a whole bunch of these things that, they used to be canon, and then when Disney bought it, they became non-canonized. Now they actually are. It's the first time that they're actually into this. I don't think you'd be doing stuff like that if you hated the source material. I don't think the claim that she hates it is accurate. I'm not.
You think it's too strong?
Creators that flaunt that they don't know it. I think that's way too strong. If you're using her as an example, if you're using Rian Johnson as an example, again, the dude cares about it. I don't think he made great decisions, but when you look at what he did, a lot of it maps to almost exactly what happened in a lot of the first trilogy. If you're going to make that as a trilogy for it, it is horrible what JJ did, and then what he did, and then what JJ did. As a whole, that trilogy is just atrocious.
Garbage,
but I don't think you could say what he's doing is an absolute hatred of what came before. It's totally, not everyone's cup of tea, but I just don't see it as he's saying he doesn't know it or they're saying they don't know it. There's certain individuals in The Witcher who definitely said that, but I mean, you also have Henry Cavill in there who's, so gung-ho about what Geralt should be and what the original is. And he took the lengths to, not only put his body to make it as Geralt as possible, but to also learn the actual moves, the sword fighting, the choreography to make it look unique. He actually
he left the show because he was not a fan.
But he didn't want it to look like Rings of Power, where, you know, it looks like this person has never actually swung a weighted sword before. It looks very awkward. Like, for him, those are some of the best fight scenes in that first season of Witcher. I just love the choreography of that. Great. So does he outweigh the writer who said, I've never seen the source material? Like, do they cancel out now? Or it just seems like there's so many different levels. Like, you know, you have the writer who might not care, but if the actor does, you know, kind of like what Dorkus was bringing up with, now I can't remember his name, but Stannis, you know,
Stephen Doin.
He doesn't care, but his performance is great. Is the fact that he doesn't care, does that matter if the art is good in the end?
Well, that all speaks, I think, to my grander point that I had made last time about where a person's attention is directed. If Stephen hates Game of Thrones, but he is focused on the acting and giving the best performance that he can, I don't see an issue. But if you're working on a show and your attention is directed toward your ideology and using the IP as a platform to express your opinions or making it reflect current day sensibilities, then it's not good. That's a misalignment of values.
Hey, Jab.
Got a $10.
Long time no see, Jab.
Yeah, Jab.
Hello,
Jab's chair is squeaking its way in.
I can hear the squeaks right now. Just cutting in.
Is that why he has Jerry? Jerry's a mouse squeak.
Yes,
he's the squeakiest. Who knew caring about the IPs you're adapting is important in the process of adaptation? Who knew? Also, Gray is still a lesbian. True on both things. Awesome to see you, Jab. Thanks for stopping by.
Hang
you
out,
know,
man.
think with us sometime, man.
yeah.
But yeah, I totally lost track because, you know, Jab is so awesome with the amazing $10 super chat. Thank you, sir.
You were talking about
Daisy.
whether
Daisy based. The only thing that matters. In Daisy we
She
trust.
kept bringing up Jab's things.
whether or not being a fan going in is valuable, and then I started talking about direction of attention.
For sure. I'm just not sure. You know, so you have a showrunner and they're supposed to be the one in charge of it. Like everything is supposed to kind of run through them. But then there's layers above that. Hopefully those people would actually be passionate about it. But by the time it gets to the studio, I doubt any of them are passionate about any one of the products. I think they see it as a product. Like if you look at Marvel, you know, it's just a track record with what they're doing here. They already had the date for Iron Man 2 out based off of Iron Man 1. They hadn't talked to Favreau. They hadn't talked to the writer. They didn't have a script. They have Robert Downey Jr. locked in on, I can't remember how many movie contract, but that's basically the only thing they had going. And then they gave them extremely less time. It's like, okay, so now you've got a year and a half to make this thing that took you 2 years in the first place. Go. And it doesn't equal a very good product. We got nearly the same thing with Thor 2. To the point that, what is it, Bana, who directed the first one, he completely dropped out. So Thor 2 it's just completely different. So it's just, I don't know. I don't think they're interested in making the best art possible. It is product for them. And that's the first thing.
Prolific artist too.
True.
He's not very Marvel, nor is Edgar Wright.
I love Edgar Wright.
What up, AJ?
The only reason you have Ant-Man is because of Edgar Wright wanted to do it.
And then, he left the project
and
before it was finished, right?
I so wish we would have gotten his version of, and I don't know, I'd watch anything Edgar Wright does. Just, man.
Edgar Wright is one of my favorite movie directors, and just every movie that he makes, I've enjoyed. So, pretty much every single one. I've seen pretty much all of his filmography, so. All of his major ones. So, but
see that they're worth seeing.
What we were saying here, they are 100%. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, we were talking about the fans and everything. So I'm agreeing with what you're saying here about that. It might not be necessary for someone to be passionate about something to deliver a good performance. And actually, while I was looking for all these names and everything, the biggest criticism of the fans was actually coming from actors directly, and I know that you have an issue with that.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, Yord, the dude who played one of the easily forgotten Jedi in Acolyte, apparently he didn't even know the difference between like Luke and Anakin. Like, he really made a fool of himself, put his foot in his mouth in a lot of interviews. But did that stop people from like having the Yord horde? Like, for some reason, you know, this dude who looks good without his shirt on, a lot of people loved him, and they actually had a horde of fans for this actor who just doesn't care. You know, Stannis, how many people in the chat
that enjoyed the series?
Hey, there were like 1,000 of us. I think like 2,500. Well, I guess I shouldn't include myself in there.
I was about to say.
There are elements of it that I really like. There's about screw Yord. There's about like an episode and a half that I think are decent television in that series. Okay. I don't know. Sorry, Nico. You don't have to care about the IP, but deconstructing it and shoehorning your values is what makes it cringe. Didn't Peter Jackson say something like, "We weren't trying to tell our stories, but honor Tolkien"? Yes. And I think what he was trying to do is make art. I think what a lot of these, you know, like the superhero ones, like Thor 2, I don't know that they were necessarily trying to make art. It seems like it is product.
For sure. And actually, I don't even completely agree with Nico's point here, because I think that there's not really a problem with deconstruction. After really thinking about it, and I kind of spoke on it in last Think, deconstruction isn't necessarily the problem, but it's the injecting the modern values.
It's the next thing that we're going to talk about.
Okay.
You had some problems with it.
I do.
So this was kind of Dorkus's kind of take on some of the writers. It was these writers have poor analytical skills and a fundamental misunderstanding of what makes a movie, series, or an IP special. They then make changes and mess around with things beyond their talent level, and it gets backlash.
Is that a direct quote? I don't remember saying that.
This is Dorkus.
That effect. Yeah.
Okay,
it's near. So I think I edited it down from the transcript, but I didn't like add words that weren't there. I don't necessarily disagree with that. I'm just not sure about their talent level. I think a lot of the times you're kind of constrained as a writer. Like, we need you to complete this story. It has to have these elements. It has to.
To clarify, this was said in reference to Tolkien, to George Lucas, both of whom I think are two of literally the greatest storytellers in the last 100 years or so.
George Lucas is one of the greatest writers?
Storyteller.
Not of dialogue.
Did I say?
You said George Lucas.
I said no, did I say storyteller or writer? Because I'm pretty sure I said storyteller. And I don't think anyone can deny what Star Wars did for storytelling.
Sure. So I don't think this was in reference to that, because we do kind of get to Tolkien in a later part of this, but it seemed more like you were just kind of adding to Bimo's point of the writers are to blame because they don't seem to care about the original part, is why I kind of kept this, that they have a misunderstanding of what makes something special. You were talking about like movie, series, or IP, but I don't think it got as specific as that. But if you're talking specifically like the talent levels, like if everyone's not on Tolkien's level, like, yeah, like nobody's created their own like genre of writing, really. Like, you know, high fantasy is essentially like everyone doing a Tolkien impression now. He is prolific.
And I do remember referencing the, I think, poor interpretation of the Disney princess movies.
Yes, I had that in here, but I took that off. Yes, and I kind of moved that to ideology. But yeah, you did mention, you know, like especially the criticism of like all princesses are just looking for the very reductive analysis that they're just looking for, you know, the prince to come in and save the day, and that's the only thing that they want. I guess you could reduce it to that, but like you mentioned, that would be very reductive. Yeah. But sorry, I don't think we specifically read out your second super chat, man. One more buck just to say Harris Walls 2024. I support that over the Paffy. Just based off of the name alone.
Nice.
So I just wanted to draw you guys' attention, or Greg, get you to explain this more, because I think I know how you would respond to it.
Do that.
Sokaps is saying, how can writers get sign off? And I think this is on your previous slide. I'm not too sure if it's, I don't, Sokap, you can correct me, but I think this comment came through when we had our previous slide up. You said, how can writers get sign off to do what they do if they do what the text on the screen says they do?
Yeah.
So basically, like,
bring up the last.
Yeah, I think that's it. Sokap, please correct us otherwise. I hope we're not on an ad break on Twitch, so he hasn't heard what I'm saying. But
Don't you have power over that?
Flaunt, they don't. They
No,
know
the new slide. Okay, so it is the other.
So he's talking. Okay, so he's talking about the getting sign off, and that comes into the murky waters of us being we can't really always pinpoint who is the one person who has made everything the way it is. There's always the sign off. So yeah, anyway, I want you to also speak about it, not me. Hello.
Yeah, for sure. And I do agree with a lot of what Dorkus is saying here. It's not an easy thing to do. And a lot of people just aren't up to the task. If you don't have the skill, the talent, the resources to genuinely make improvements, people are not going to see it as an improvement. They're going to see it as a downgrade. And sadly, that's what most sequels are. It is a very rare occasion that a sequel is actually good or lives up to the hype of that first one. Like, there's a few of them that are classically kind of seen as, these lightning in a bottle sequels that did capture the glory of that first one. But I think sequels are generally kind of seen as a cash grab. Like, it's okay, we did this once. How do we do it again?
We had that. Yeah, that was the usual perception of sequels before.
Hot take.
Yeah.
Back to the Future 2 is the best Back to the Future.
That is a
I don't know,
hot
man.
take.
Their treatment of Crispin Glover, though.
True, that's terrible.
So Sokab is asking this.
I suppose my point of view is from engineering. There's quality assurance in engineering because safety, etc. Is there no such mechanism for the writing industry? Can you really just push whatever you want? Charles, you kind of know, you've written things that have made ways, or you've taken passes or punch-ups, whatever you want to call, without having to break an NDA or talk about that. Can you kind of say what levels there were? So you write a first draft or whatever. Once you've written that, you have kind of, what control do you have over that draft?
Depends on whether or not I signed a contract. They'll pay you to keep your mouth shut, and when they pay you to keep your mouth shut, your name's not on the material to begin with. So more often than not, when you see something like, 6 people wrote this script, it doesn't mean that 6 guys gathered together and said, all right, let's pound this out. It means that the script that finally makes it to the screen has elements of, maybe it had 3 rewrites, and it's 6 different people's input into that story. But I did something that keeps the bread the way it is and not the cracker. So my name will be listed as one of the writers, and all I wrote was bread, not crackers. But I have to have that that listed due to guilds
Union.
and
So would you say, just bear with me here for a second, would you say that there is a writer's deep state? People that are not on these scripts.
There is a guild of writers.
Exactly.
The WGA.
Yeah.
The Writers Guild of America. Yeah. So it's just kind of weird. there is kind of a quality control. It is the studio. They're the one who decides what actually gets released, and they're the ones who decides when it gets released. But sadly, because this is like so much of a machine, they basically have dates set. This product is coming out by this time. So a lot of the times they're not willing to just scrap something if it's horrible.
Sure.
Like how many rewrites of something does it have to go through? How many edits of something?
And I understand
it's really
that's
strange.
the
There
process
should be
you have to
quality
go through.
control, but they're not looking to release the best quality art. They're looking to actually make some money.
And of course, that all depends on who's producing it.
Yeah. And then there's just weird decisions too. Like, again, sometimes people just want to have their name in there, and then they get to say, I was the one who decided bread instead of crackers. I'm that guy. It's really stupid and it doesn't mean anything, but it makes you more important because you actually had some impact on this product.
Well, you can't compare.
Is it for the better?
You can't compare something scientific to art because
True.
Art is it's all of it is subjective. If we handled filmmaking like we did, I don't know, any other regulated industry, you would have things that we know now we would have never had due to regulation. Like, I don't know, found footage movies just wouldn't be, because if we were to do filmmaking as a regulated industry, having such bullshit quality, it wouldn't be a thing. So art is really kind of difficult. It's these happy accidents that happen that kind of bend the norms.
Could I get you to elaborate on that? Because isn't Hollywood a regulated industry? Like, isn't there specific things that must be on film, or certain practices that must be done in order to make a film work or even go through?
You can't film a crime, but
I thought that there were specific rules to being able to operate in Hollywood. And when you're working with movies,
sure.
Yeah.
But are you going non-union?
Well, so okay. Regarding union, how many films are actually made that are non-union? Like in terms of Hollywood, that go to theaters? Yes.
0.
That's what I thought. Okay. So this all ties into the profit motive, going back to the writers and everything. A lot of these ideas, do you think that these ideas that are being injected into these films, be it or the writers thought that it was a good idea, or they could be coming from someplace higher, like, here's what we want for this movie, we are funding this, therefore make it lame and gay? Like, easy example, South Park quote. Do you think that that would be relevant in this discussion?
I don't.
Am I making sense here?
No.
I think you're. Okay. I think you might be invoking what I was saying about ideological folks entering into the industry through places like HR and then hiring other people whose values align with theirs, and more.
Not quite really what I was going for. Mainly, I'm trying to say, do you think if it's not coming from the writers, do you think it's coming from higher up? Actually, Rosales brought up Disney and how they have very specific things that must go on when they fund films, they fund franchises to make certain things happen. Do you think that that could be where this is coming from rather than the writers?
Yeah, but they pay. Disney's a very large company.
Yes.
They have all these different subdivisions that they can study, what extra they can do to make an extra 45 cents. And if their information tells them we should have a white guy for the villain and a black woman for the our records show that if we had a black woman for the hero and a white guy for the villain, we could possibly make $16 extra. They'll do that.
Well, and then there's stupid things like we want an iPhone in here, so they have the restriction of, the villain cannot use an iPhone. Only good characters can use that. So there's also like weird restrictions like that, which aren't necessarily like laws or rules in the union, but if you want to actually use an existing product, they'll have additional rules. So it's weird. You're under a lot of restrictions constantly.
Yeah. Transformers: Age of Extinction is a great example of such a thing.
Rosales. Sorry, continue, Bimo.
That was pretty much all I was saying. Is like the Transformers is a great example of you must have product placement for this. You must use this beer with the main character specifically so that he has a good 12 seconds of downing an entire beer, it is
That
required.
alleviates cost too.
Yeah,
What
and then like
they
we didn't
love
even talk
doing
about
is-
rating, but ratings does a lot of it too, where you don't really know there's this MPA board that doesn't really tell you what needs to be edited out of it, so you have to keep editing stuff until you can get it under a certain thing if you want it to be more marketable to everybody. But sorry for cutting you off, Charles. You were saying something.
Not yet. To what you were saying, anything more than 3 thrusts of, dry humping that's automatically an R, which is ridiculous.
There's like that. There is something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And there's
our
like more
MPA
than
is
3
stupid.
thrusts.
But they're not going to tell you that specifically either. It's just like it's a little bit suggestive. Take another pass at it. We'll let you know.
Okay.
It's really strange.
But to bring up what Rosales said, Disney needs to show ESG to get loan credits. Disney hires writers who fit ESG. Writers write ESG. There are organizations out there that require certain things in order to be open to loans, which affects. Go on.
Real quick.
Disney's they're a company that's trying to make money. A company like A24
It's all that's required.
is trying to make films. If A24 could afford the same tools that Disney has, they could probably do a very similar thing. It's only because Disney has these people that say, you know what? If you do this, we could probably get $15 more. They're going to do it every single time. They will do what makes them money first. Whereas a company like A24, they don't have those divisions that say, you know what, if we do this, it makes $15. A24, it's just like, hey, look at this film. We saw it at TIFF, and now it's ours because we put in a bid on it, and now we own it, and we can just show it to the rest of the world.
Well,
it's very different.
This is a very similar thing so that could be tangentially related to my criticism of what Amazon does to a lot of TV series, because the most expensive TV show that ever has come out so far was Rings of Power.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a garbage heap that didn't seem to care about its previous material.
Hey, it's still going. There is no was about this garbage heap.
The first season specifically. I haven't seen the second season yet. I want to suffer through it with multiple people so that I don't shoot myself in the head.
If we finish early today, we can.
Oh, let's go.
I want to reference that Mark Hamill interview.
Guys, we need to wrap up right now.
Cool.
Where
I do have that one. Oh no, that's what I had at the end that I
Dorkus was
wanted
talking
to.
about Mark Hamill.
Yes, that is something that I wanted to talk about. Please go on, Dorkus.
I want to reference that Mark Hamill interview where he says something to the effect of just because it makes money doesn't mean it's good, or just because it's good doesn't necessarily mean that it will make money.
Right.
If my focus here is on good, not make money, I'm allowed to criticize them even if the show made money, right?
Of course.
You can criticize it no matter what. You're allowed to. You should, man. Criticize everything.
It goes all the way down, though. Like, Acolyte is a tremendously mid show, but there was plenty of money in covering it and talking about it. So all the way down the pipeline, people were talking about it. And they
paid so many websites to give good reviews even after.
I'm not talking about good
reviews. How many people made money off of bad?
Thank you.
Like, it was popular, man. Maybe it's my feed, but like it seemed like everyone was talking about it. And if you look up, like Disney was quite surprised at how little views they were actually getting compared to how much it was being talked about in social media. So I don't know. Like it is interesting. It definitely got people talking, but that didn't get people to watch it. Their plan did not work, so to speak.
Is the best thing to do regarding a lot of these shows. If you really
you
think
could talk about things that are actually working right now and speak about them at a strong length.
Yeah,
I don't think we shilled it on this show. Everybody, there's this amazing movie out there, and it might only be in theaters for like a couple more days. If you get a chance, there's this little movie. It's called Strange Darling. It is amazing. It is haunting. I haven't seen anything as beautiful in years. Cinematically, it looks amazing. The soundtrack of it is just It is over the top. There's this lady named Zeberg who just did a really haunting actual soundtrack to it, but then the score to it is kind of like Doom in a way. It's very genty, and just, man, it is amazing.
Down for gent.
On almost every level, this completely works. It's non-linear storytelling, so to speak, but it's done very well. I've seen so many different times where they attempt it and they're using a storytelling gimmick and it doesn't pay off. It really does here. The performances are just over the top, and the cinematography is just so silky smooth. They did it on 35 millimeter, and it looks so gorgeous. If you get a chance to actually see it in the theater, Strange Darling.
Strange Darling. I'll have to look into that.
It's very overlooked. I think it opened at, what was it, like 14 or something? Like it's not very well seen. But if you get a chance to see this thing, it is. If you can deal with an R suspense kind of thriller, it's amazing.
So, real quick, I will definitely look into that because that sounds really nice, especially when you told me it has a genty soundtrack. Because I love me some gent, but I'm a gentleman.
It's no Mick Gordon, but it's in the neighborhood.
Okay, that tells me a lot. You don't. I'm already convinced. You don't have to sell it. But Charles, I agree with what you're saying about like cover the things that are really good and talk about them at length.
Agreed.
But that doesn't mean don't talk about what sucks. Because if you don't talk about what sucks, a lot of people who are not informed do not know what actually sucks. Granted, they can go look at it themselves, but I'm making sure that both should be talked about. We shouldn't pull a Nerdrotic and only talk about what sucks all the time, and because that's what makes them the most money.
And you shouldn't pull a Stuckman and just celebrate film to the detriment of whatever is going on. Yeah, we get it. I don't think anyone's arguing don't actually analyze things, but bring some substance to it. Don't just go like, this sucks, I hate it. Say like, hey, they don't care about this, the storytelling. They don't care about the actual character development. There is no arc for any of these characters. It's just event happens. Have something to the criticism is what I would prefer. Otherwise, I think it's going to be dismissed very easily.
Sure. But there's also not a problem with judging off of your feelings there, because a lot of the Fifi arguments are the most powerful ones for most people.
We're going to talk about that. So there are things that I wanted to address at the end, and you have some statements about Fifi, sir. I want to talk about it. Also, the straw manning of me. But this actually, so for some reason, it decided to do blue on this, which I usually had to signify Dorkus, but this was actually BMO. So BMO, you said... Blue. Yeah, I don't know why you're blue on this one. I'm really hating PowerPoint at this point. It's not very powerful. The font, what happened? All of my changes did not work. They deconstruct what made the first one good, and then they make ours distinctly different. I think it's a double-edged sword, because like if you look at something like oh god damn it, now I can't even remember, Force Awakens. They got a whole bunch of criticism that they didn't do it new, that they're just rehashing the exact same thing. I think anytime you're kind of like relaunching, in the broad strokes, yes, you're right. But with how the characters were written, I don't agree. So then you get the other extreme that you're just like not doing what the first one did if you go too far, like The Last Jedi, for instance. I feel like a lot of those are kind of, it seems like you will get hatred either way if people are passionate about something, especially if they have an idea and they have years to kind of either get supplemental material that gives them an idea of where this is going to go, or they make their own kind of headcanon. I guess, Mark Hamill had a whole bunch of headcanon on where Luke should be. So yeah, it was kind of hard for him when he read The Last Jedi. And then you're saying, does the author's original intent matter if the people are making these series, to the people that are making these series, and should it? And then you brought up specifically Wheel of Time deconstruction. I wish studios and everybody was as passionate about a product as they can be, but I think they look at it as a product. They don't look at it as art. They're not trying to like recreate something. I think anytime you adapt something, you are you have to necessarily deconstruct it because you can't do a 1-for-1 adaptation, especially of something like Wheel of Time specifically. It's
actually,
like
I'm pretty sure I brought up Lord of the Rings in
books?
this example because I know that you have to adapt it to a different medium. You can't make it 1-for-1.
But they don't have the rights to the actual like stuff that they're adapting. Instead, what they have is what is it? It's not a preface, but it's the, now I'm forgetting on the actual term. Is it prologue? Epilogue.
Epilogue, yeah.
It's one of the logs. That's where they're going for like all of the lore for Rings of Power. They didn't even have like the Silmarillion or whatever. So there's certain rights restrictions on what they can adapt and what they can't. So kind of based off of like legally what they can use, they necessarily need to essentially
I'm pretty sure I know the answer
do it their own way.
I'm pretty sure I know the answer for this, but I want to make sure I'm going to ask this question. Then why the fuck did they make it? Like it's just money, right?
I mean, I don't know because it is the most expensive show ever. Like Amazon put $1 billion into this. I don't know that they're looking to get money. Like, how does Amazon get money out of anything that they've done? Like, I really don't know what the goal on this is.
I wish I knew. I want to hear what it is because, man, I'm just baffled at the decision.
So, like, I think they get their money from Prime subscriptions. I don't know anybody who's subscribed to Prime to watch Rings of Power. Like, maybe it's just me, but
right. So
my
at least
Amazon subscription has to remind me that I can watch movies on it.
I was wrong. It wasn't either the prologue or epilogue.
It was the appendices.
Thank you so much, Lucifer. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Lucifer.
Endologs.
And that means that they have
the
names,
endologue, yes.
or they have very short descriptions of things that happened in history. So
it's just but it seemed like you were not in favor of deconstruction, but then you bring up like Wheel of Time, and you're talking about how they keep deconstructing prior themes in their story.
Now I know where you're going to claim I strawmanned you. I now know where we're going with this. Okay. It took me a second.
That's one of them. We'll get to that. But I don't know. It seems like you're okay with the way that Robert Jordan is deconstructing like his own story within his story.
Yes.
But like the actual story itself is a deconstruction of Tolkien. Like there were restrictions that the publisher kind of put on him. Like, okay, we want a fantasy novel, but we need it to be more like Lord of the Rings. And damn if it isn't just like Lord of the Rings. You do have, the strange, powerful wizard who comes to town. There are youths. One of them is the chosen one. They are tasked to actually save the world. There's a lot of things that are very similar. I do see it as a deconstruction of Tolkien.
Not even halfway through the series, and that's kind of Robert Jordan's unique take on the idea of that hero's journey. It's we're going to try and subvert fate, but by subverting fate, it gets fulfilled. That's the whole idea behind the series, right?
Yeah.
Kind of.
You have to accept your fate.
The Wheel of Time will continue to turn. Things will happen whether you want them or not, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely one of the things. Like I don't know, when you said like that's what the meaning is, it could be. It is one meaning you could definitely apply to it. I just think there's so many interpretations, and you could analyze things through a bunch of different lenses. I'm not sure any one is correct, but it does seem to be one of the themes that Robert Jordan was hitting on.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant by deconstruction, though, through his own story. Because, yes, just like what you said, he started out with a very easily structured, very common idea of here's how things are going to start. And then every single book, he tears down the first one and replaces it with a new one. In terms of this concept now is not relevant. We're now going to say, only this part was relevant, and we'll expand on that in this book, and then tear that down and expand on another part. That's kind of what I was meaning by deconstruction, which is not what Dorkus was meaning by deconstruction. That's for sure, because he was meaning like we need to take the values and throw them away because they were not actually that good in the first place. If I'm misrepresenting you, Dorkus, please tell me.
No, It does say something like that, and I will be misrepresenting him shortly. That's under the ideology section, which is coming next. But sorry, to point out what Wallace says. Thank you for correcting me, the Wallace. Season 2 of Rings of Power is in the top 5 most viewed things on Prime, so there must be some money to be made. Maybe. I guess Prime does have ads now, so yes, there would be money to be made.
That's disgusting.
Fair enough.
I'm with Nico on this one. I'm with Nico on
That's
this one.
fine. Make your own stories and deconstruct classic tropes and archetypes all you want. Just be prepared to face the irked audience when you deconstruct Tolkien or established IPs. For sure. I think it's a huge risk, but and I was going to kind of get to this at the end, but sadly, it's really shitty that this is what the music, sorry, I was about to say the music industry, which it does the exact same thing, but this is what the movie industry is now. Instead of, trying to support good art and just having like a bunch of little hits, it's become one of these things where they need like tentpole products. They need these billion-dollar things that then finance everything else that they're doing. Almost everything is going to be a miss, but they need these giant hits. So one way to kind of guarantee that is this shitty sequel thing. This is an IP that is known. It's guaranteed this amount of money.
Yeah.
So it looks good to the investors to say, yes, we have these in the works. These will be our tentpole ones. Beetlejuice was being, so granted, everything is really weird with the box office this year, but it was being predicted quite a while ago that it was going to make like 150 million on opening. And that's before people knew anything about it, before like reviews were in or anything like that. It's just based off of the IP. So I don't know. It is kind of interesting. It's not necessarily a good thing, but it's where this industry is. It's the same thing with the music industry. They assume all the acts that the major labels put out are not going to make any money, but you're going to have these Taylor Swifts that do make a whole bunch of money. And that's basically what the whole label is paid off of. It kind of sucks, but it means they're going to put everything into these huge ones, and a lot of other ones just truly get neglected and just are going to go nowhere. And that's apparently the business model. It sucks. Sparkles points out The Crow, that and what's the other one that was a complete flop right before that? Not Fallout, Borderlands. That one, like, they were banked on as being these huge ones, but
it just didn't happen. Is it easy to fall into this is horrible, it is bad, and completely miss the fact that there's probably a majority of viewers that don't care about that aspect? Correct?
Yes, it's easy.
Yeah.
Way
I think what we're talking about a lot of the time in this is my opinion, is what we're talking about here is fandom. And remember what the word fan comes from is fanatic, right? We're fanatical about these things. We actually care about certain aspects in a way that is kind of, it's a bit too nerdy even. And that was yeah, exactly. So that was part of the thing that you get with certain IPs is you get fandom, and fandom is being fanatical. But then there is the normie army that is where you get the money from. And so that when you hit the normie button where most people actually like it, and when I mean you hit the normie button is like there were people that were so into fantasy before, and they were happy with their lives, and then Game of Thrones came along and everyone was talking about it, whether people that have never read fantasy in their lives, people that never read Tolkien in their lives, started to talk about this fantasy show that had actually been brought into it. So you are right, there are people like that, like you're talking about, a majority. Sometimes there's a majority of people that will like it regardless, right? Because they don't think about it as deeply as most people do, or as most fans do. But what the studios are trying to do with these RPs, what we're talking about here, is they're like, oh, the fandom is built in, so we'll make money with it. And look, there's Axel in the background. Axie?
Oh.
Ax, are you a good boy?
I mean, the normie's opinion definitely matters. That's for sure.
Oh, that was trippy. It was like a cat statue, and then all of a sudden it became a real cat.
Hi, X.
Adorable.
Anyway, I'll
He's
take
like,
off
there's
about
a shelf, and I'm the elf.
So yeah, if
so
anything
definitely
falls, just know
normie
it's his fault.
normie opinions definitely matter, and I mean it really shows the difference. I love to bring up my older brother at this point because his favorite Marvel movie is Thor: Love and Thunder.
Yeah,
He thinks it's
I
the
mean,
best
Jane
written
Foster.
Marvel movie
It,
ever made.
he loves
I don't
screaming
know.
goats.
I've never seen it.
It's yeah, he's got takes like that. I know that if he loves a movie, it's probably really shitty, but it's just he likes things for very specific reasons. So what was it? BMO never mind. That's not relevant to this
Bank of
conversation.
Montreal. Pretty
If
sure
my,
it's Bank of Montreal.
if I may interject my 2
Yeah,
cents
thanks,
on the
Lord
topic.
Cameron.
I think we've passed the point of diminishing returns with deconstruction. I think that there's a desire now for good old-fashioned stories. The Boys would, I think, be an example of deconstructing a genre without actually using the tried and true beloved characters of the genre, whereas Zack Snyder's Superman would be an example of a deconstruction using the characters. And I don't think very many people liked Zack Snyder's Superman because he turned them all dark and alien, whereas Superman is supposed to be the optimistic country boy. So that really didn't jive well with people's expectations for a Superman movie. But there, obviously, because The Boys was a newer thing, there wasn't that built-in set of people going in with certain expectations. And shoot, I have one more thing to throw out, but it's out of my mind now.
You will find it.
Yes.
So is deconstruction necessarily bad? Because isn't it?
No.
Am I wrong?
I don't think
at
it is.
looking at
It's
any adaptation
deconstruction
is
is fun.
going to be a deconstruction, right?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. No.
Okay.
Yeah,
I guess
because look at
mean by
exactly the
deconstruction.
example.
So for me,
The
if I
example-
was to adapt something, I'd have to. My step would be I would deconstruct it and say, okay, what are the elements that have to be here? Okay, now include those. That's how I'd go about it. But what do you guys mean by deconstruction? So I thought it would just be kind of break it apart to see the elements that are there. Are you guys saying something different than that for deconstruction?
That's
For
where
me,
I would. That's where I would lean as well, but I don't think that comes with an inherent antagonism.
That's not what I meant. That's for sure. At least
cool.
in
So what
terms
do
of
you
for
mean by
movies, when I was meaning deconstruction, is I'm going to lay it out. So what I meant is they're going to take the concepts of the previous thing and recontextualize them into a completely different thing. That's generally what it means. Then you could take it to an ideological sense of progressivism. The things of the past are now problematic or a problem, not good. So we're going to show that in the next thing, saying this was actually a really bad thing. This new thing is better.
So that would be a type of deconstruction, but wouldn't so something that we'd probably all be familiar with, again, Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. So with that, he definitely deconstructed The Shining, the novel. He changed a bunch of elements, but I think what he did is he deconstructed it, came up with the elements that need to be there, and then he created his own path. He reconstructed the ways that it should be. To me, that is completely different. The ending is completely different. In the book, it's very much that there is this magical force. There is this supernatural element going on. With the movie, it's so ambiguous that there's a whole bunch of different theories out there as to whether anything is actually going on or whether it's just essentially like an allegory for alcoholism. He made that whole hedge maze thing. It's actual animal topiaries in the novel. And there's a whole bunch of other changes that just make it so much of a different experience. I don't know. To me, that's how I can view deconstruction. Is that not deconstruction the way that you guys are viewing it?
I thought deconstruction was intended to be a glimpse into the shit. I had it. The genre, a critique of the genre. That's what it was that I was going for.
I think it kind of is.
More or less, I would agree with that definition right there.
So Stephen King hated the Kubrick Shining.
Yep.
They adapted it faithfully in the 90s. Do we ever talk about that
The
one?
dude from Wings, Steven Weber. Every once in a while, if I want to talk about the most annoying child actor I've ever seen, it would be the kid from Steven Weber's The Shining.
I never read The Shining. I'm not a big fan of Stephen King.
Same.
And I don't necessarily enjoy the movie, so I don't know if my opinion matters here.
Oh, how do you not enjoy that movie, man?
Didn't the discussion of being faithful to the source material come up before?
It is important to me,
Yes.
which is why I
Okay,
don't
so-
think it's relevant for me to comment on it, because I don't have much of an opinion
But
on
the
it.
person whose source material got changed, wanted it changed to something that he preferred, and we don't care about it.
That's fair. And I think that ultimately my argument does sit on death of the author shouldn't happen. That's kind of how I feel. And yeah, I think that is relevant. I think that The
One school of
Shining
thought. I mean,
should have changed to be faithful, if I want to be consistent here.
ooh,
Of course,
I gotta be honest,
adaptation.
man.
Please be honest.
I don't think that book is widely regarded as like one of the top 100 books you must read, but that film is literally in, like, if it's not in everyone's top 10, it's in the top 100 films you got to see. I think that
Sure.
adaptation, it's something that I would turn to say, like,
I mean,
this is
definitely
the
the
film
cultural
is so
hit.
much
Here's
better than
Johnny.
the book.
Like, here's Johnny is everywhere. You always say it. Red rum is everywhere.
I think adaptation by its nature necessitates change, but I don't think change inherently means deconstruction.
Mm-hmm. Destroying. Deconstruction
and then-
in the context of the woke mind virus, that sort of thing, is we're talking about breaking it down because what was in the past is not good. We need to remove that. So it's fine if there are. I think we did definitely drill down into what. I think it was Dorkus or Bimo. Either one of you. Bimo, you were doing the devil's advocate a lot. So I think you did
Trying.
bring up that some deconstruction is good and that sort of thing. Fine, but we're saying that this is a use case of deconstruction that is not well executed. So that's another thing that Dorkus brought up, was that the skills of the writers and things like that, they don't land up with a Kubrick film at the end of the day. They don't
No.
land up with that sort of thing. And we
Well, I have
would
a question.
forgive a
Hardly
lot
anyone does.
if that's happened. But it seems like, and I know that of course, I suppose my main criticism I'm hearing from you is don't hate on everything. And don't describe this to everything.
Yeah, and I think the critique isn't the writers are the worst people and they're the ones doing this. It's the whole system. It's the fact that they have to bank on these giant, like, billion-dollar movies. So what they want to do is everything that's popular. So you must shoehorn all of these things in. The writers have certain restrictions, and after it goes through so many different hands with so many different, the whole analogy of too many cooks. There are, like,
I agree.
platoons of cooks when it comes to these billion-dollar movies. And then that's even before it gets into pre-production, where then they start, making sets and compromising based off of budgets. And then it goes to shooting. And then, once you get past that, you've also got to make compromises for the acting in it. And then it seems like there's so many levels. Then you go to editing, then you go to, every single thing that is put on frame is intentional. It's strange, but almost everything is a compromise. I don't know if you're going to make what is, like, your overall vision, or if everyone has a unified vision with there being this many cooks. But yeah, I don't know that the writers are the ones to blame necessarily, or the way that deconstruction is kind of villainized here. I think it can be a really useful tool, especially to analyze.
Question on that. just real quick, because this is back to what Charles was saying about like the what I was saying about being consistent, about the intent of the author being relevant when adapting to a different thing. Are the themes of The Shining, both the book and the movie, similar?
Of what? The Shining?
Yeah, like are the themes
not
of
at
both
all
similar?
Well, it's hard to say. A certain percentage of it, I'd say more than half of it. Yes, there is this family. They have to go to this deserted cabin to take care of it, or not cabin, the hotel to take care of it. In the book, it is very obvious that paranormal stuff is happening. In the movie, it's sort of ambiguous. And then Nico kind of put up that Stephen King put in the book that it was alcoholism, but Kubrick didn't really touch on that. I don't know, man. There's a ton of different interpretations. If you see it that way, you totally can. The alcoholism is totally there, but a lot of people see that as kind of an allegory for it, and that none of this paranormal stuff is actually happening. It's just alcoholism and child abuse, essentially. So I don't know. There's a bunch of different interpretations of it, but I love how ambiguous he made it. But I would say that first one really does hinge on this superpower, where in this one, you kind of wonder if it exists at all, if it is a thing. It's not clear. And then once they came to Dr. Sleep, there's kind of an amalgam of the two, and there's kind of a compromise between Kubrick and King's vision, which is just weird. But I would say it's very much different, but probably about 60% the same.
Okay. Kitty, you had your hand up.
I was going to ask as well, like, what would you say to a fan of the book that says, you know what, that movie bastardized this book? Which I suppose Stephen King, if Stephen King didn't like the movie or hated the movie, he can. I think he's got the biggest right to do that. Say people loved his book the way it was.
They had their 1997 version. Put on
that they don't love it. Yeah. So
I would say there's another adaptation for you.
Yeah, there is another adaptation for them, and they can go to that one. So did anyone say, like, could anyone accuse Kubrick or Kubrick, whatever, of bastardizing? You know, like hating
Stephen King did.
Stephen wrote. He did.
I think literally his quote was that he bastardized the ending. If it's not that, it's something very similar. But he did. I'm not sure about the fans. Instance is saying the movie lacks the humane moments of clarity that the book has. I think you're not wrong. I like the ambiguity that it has. I really dig that. But I don't know.
I prefer the paranormal stuff, so I would love that. So I'm gonna get this book.
To further what Gray is talking about, the author of the novel for Shutter Island kind of hated what the movie did, because the last line of that movie, the most powerful line of that movie, is not something he wrote. And he hated it. And I think the last line of that movie is tremendous.
The best.
Well, it's like,
you know, that sucks.
Go ahead, Dorkus.
And to further that, I just recently watched the 2 seasons of Kevin Can Bleep Himself, which was an AMC show. Bleep being a stand-in for another word that we can't say here on Kevin Can Yuck Himself. And I read an interview by the writer who said that production made them give Annie Murphy a line at the end of the last scene, and except for that one line, they had managed to get that scene exactly as they liked it. But that one line, she had to compromise on it, and she didn't like it. And it's interesting because I agree with the writer. I think that moment at the end of the series would have been much more powerful without the line, but I understand why. And for the life of me, I don't remember what that line is off the top of my head right now. I wish I did, but I'm basically adding to what you were saying, Charles.
There's a movie out there called Blink Twice now. Just Blink Twice. I added now because it's in theaters now. But all throughout production, when the script was purchased, when the idea was happening, like all throughout pre-production, post-production, all the way up until it was about to be released. It was not called Blink Twice. It was called I'm forgetting. I want to say it was called Pussy Island, but yeah, they decided they couldn't call it that, and then they had to change it. There's certain restrictions. Like, are the writers to blame for that, or is it like literally distribution? Like, they didn't think of this until it actually comes to, hey, actually, this won't get played in a bunch of theaters. We won't get distribution on this, so the name has to be changed.
Names do
really
have
sucks.
a lot of weight.
Yeah, I mean, I would be way more interested in seeing Pussy Island than Blink Twice, but
For different reasons.
maybe
right?
that's just me. No, I mean, it's the same film, but it kind of lets you know that it is kind of like an Epstein Island type deal where Blink Twice, I don't know. I couldn't tell that by the title.
But what Gray has been... Sorry, continue, Bimo.
No, you started first. Go ahead.
What Gray was saying about the system makes me think of an interview that either George Lucas or Joseph Campbell did about some of the design decisions into what Vader would look like after his mask is removed and he's this broken man, part robot, and that being a consequence of him taking on the ideology of the Empire, the bureaucracy of the Empire. It removes his humanity in a sort of way. It makes him very robotic. I'm not doing the interview justice. Check it out. But then my mind goes to, well, how many stories do we have of movies that were risky by studio standards that ended up being some of the best movies?
Like Spartacus?
I don't know the story behind Spartacus,
Spartacus.
But I know every so often we hear stories about movies that are extremely well received that were considered to be risky, or no one had faith in the movie succeeding. I'm sure Charles knows a lot of the movies.
Well, I mean, I don't know that we're doing that much anymore. Like it feels like, I say we, I mean, it's not like we have any choice, but it doesn't feel like the industry is doing that right now. Instead, they are looking for these tentpole ones that are going to fund everything else. So they're looking for $1 billion ones. So almost everything is a sequel. Hell, when you look at all the top grossing ones, it's what, Deadpool 3, Despicable Me 4, Inside Out 3, all of them are sequels. Then there's a bunch of flops too. Like Furiosa got like nothing. There's few things that are somewhat original. Even some of the like former IPs like Fall Guy or whatever. I guess it's not technically original, but man, they thought a lot more of those were going to be hits. There just doesn't seem to be like weird risks being taken by big budget films right now.
So
I wish there were more medium budget ones.
Sorry. It's getting less and less relevant. I posted a link in the chat, and it is of a indie film told from the perspectives of writers. The movie is called The TV Set.
I love that one with Duchovny. Yeah. Mulder.
And you get to see like a fictionalized version of what the hell happens to a story.
Ripley in there too? Isn't Sigourney Weaver?
Sigourney Weaver is an exec in that movie. Yeah. So
I love that movie.
Don't expect the greatest thing ever, but it's a very close adaptation to how it actually happens. Because it's fascinating what the writers have envisioned for this character, what they like about, reads for the production, and what the studio comes in and decides should happen to the story, and which actors they think should do it. And it's quite unique and quite accurate, if I do say so.
Sweet. I had definitely heard that from a lot of kind of the online reviews. It was like, this is pretty damn accurate. And
right.
It's kind of weird. Like an exec is just asking their kid, like, do you prefer this or this? And that's how things are getting made. Like, come on.
Yes, I think it's oddly relevant.
Sorry, I've had these kind of loose quotes up, the paraphrasing of Kidda for quite a while. I apologize about that. So in your thing talking about deconstruction, you said, I feel like the first blood was drawn from them taking the IPs and destroying them via deconstruction. What I mean by deconstructing is that in order to make theirs, they have to take out things that made it what it was. I added Panacea. Perhaps
I was like, I don't use that
in
word.
here. But essentially something. So, like the cure for everything is to deconstruct everything. Essentially, there was a little bit more that you had to say about that, but it seemed like you were saying they view it through like one lens where everything has to be deconstructed. That's the only thing that you can do. And that ideology is I must break it down and rebuild it to my own image. And then one of the examples that you used kind of after that was Wheel of Time and then Sidene and Sidar and making everybody Taviran. It's weird. I don't want to defend the show because it really does suck. But they allude to Sidar, so they use Sidar once, and then they make it so that the women can't see Sidar. So I don't know. Like, it is separated. Like, it's not everything is the one power, but they really haven't made it clear or anything like that. I don't want to defend them, but I don't know that they are saying everything is the one power currently.
Yeah, but that they haven't gone into the fact that to a very fundamental part of the magic system is Sidene and Sidar, talking about them, the qualitative
Fundamental
differences.
Yeah.
That is a big
For sure.
thing to
I
leave
think they're
out.
missing so many of those,
to
and
leave
characterization
make
too.
vague. And even Taviran, the way Taviran, the pattern, everything is
Yes.
the best parts of his world building, his his religion that he creates. It's all out. And you know what? If they came out with the Shining level piece of production, I would be very hard pressed to not say, shit, it's really good, even though it's not exactly what Wheel of Time is. I'd be hard pressed not to say that.
I mean, there's a whole point in
or
the
to
series.
say-
Never mind. That's not relevant. Keep going.
No, go.
Oh, it's just that. So one of the major themes of the Wheel of Time is showing that there are fundamental differences between how men and women think and how they need to work together in order to make things how they should be. And then they need to work together. But then working together is part of what broke the world. Like the deconstruction as things goes on. I'm changing those themes, but that major theme of the fundamental differences of men and women is baked into the magic system itself.
Yeah.
To the point where when one person gets brought back as a woman who they were previously a man, they can only still wield the male half of the one power of the source, and it is one of the most clever points in the book series, in my opinion.
Amazing. It's awesome. It's actually.
If you haven't read it, read the Wheel of Time. It's so worth it. It is so worth it.
Yeah.
It is amazing. But
and you brought it eventually, I promise.
And you brought it up too, Bimo, that how are you going to adapt it? Like, I don't think you could. Like, you asked, what would you remove from it? And I'd be hard pressed to do it. I've seen Daniel Green did a pretty good idea of like, okay, you've got 6 episodes. Here are the major beats. Here's what should be there. I think I agree with what he said. I would definitely use consultants like him to help break down what the hell he sees as the most important parts of it and include those, which they're not doing with this. It really does suck. So the world building sucks. And then the character, I don't feel like they understand any of the characters, and they've broken Perrin from the beginning. And I don't think they can get that back. It's not a great adaptation. I don't feel like they understood any of it.
What I wanted to, sorry.
I was just gonna say, you seemed to not be enjoying that they're graying what used to be black and white, and then your kind of example for that was specifically Rings of Power, because it doesn't feel like it is just this good versus evil story anymore, especially with where they're kind of going with this.
I could even bring up Star Wars as an example, because if we want to take the original trilogy versus everything else that came after it, there is like the whole, we're going to take these ideas of there's obvious good and obvious evil and make it different, make gray Jedi very relevant, make those gray philosophies very relevant. And I think that would be a pretty good argument against what I said.
I mean, the first one seems definitely like good versus evil. You get into Empire and it's a little bit different. There is some graying of it. Like, you can see some weirdness, but then by the time you get to Jedi, like, man, Vader's turn and everything, it doesn't seem like it's just black and white. It seems like there is some grayness. The way that Luke fights, the fact that he's wearing like all black instead, there is some alluding to a grayness that's not just so black and white in there. I think there are some ideas that they also explored it in the novels in between. But I don't know. That one I don't think is as black and white, where Lord of the Rings was. It's very black and white. It's a story built into good versus evil. So that one I totally agree with. And then I probably should have put your actual quote, but you mentioned like there are some edits that, you know, like Peter Jackson did to Lord of the Rings where, you know, losing Tom Bombadil, you didn't think that was necessarily like deconstruction in a poor way or...
and actually, I was going to bring this up earlier.
Missing a point of adaptation.
The Tolkien estate, especially like his son, hated the Peter Jackson adaptations because of what they removed. I believe the direct quote is they removed the whimsy from my father's series or my grandfather's series. I don't remember what, because Tom Bombadil is a large part of what makes the Middle Earth whimsical.
Yeah, the way he acts, and I can understand that. I can. But it's still, again, there you go. There is the example that it still doesn't feel, some might call it egregious. Oh, look, then we get to the point where... I think
the spirit of it is still there.
For sure.
Yeah.
It is going to be subjective, though.
It is going to be subjective because we're talking about art. Yeah.
And then I wanted to include this because it seems like, you know, you were saying that you understand cultural changes, stories change, stories evolve. But your analogy is the hand on the scale. It seems that it's not happening naturally. It seems like it is more happening by a force.
Yeah.
I don't disagree. It does seem like, well, I guess it depends. I'm not sure if it's that the studios are trying to shape culture or the fact that this is something big in culture is shaping what the studios are doing. Like, I think culture may be that hand that is pressing on the scale, but perhaps I'm wrong.
I think it goes the other
way. They chase trends. Okay.
Yeah, I think that, especially when we're talking about the largest companies in the world, there are specific companies that are funding those companies, allowing them to spend millions and millions and millions of dollars without going broke. That
seems to me like it would be culture influencing business. So if it is the studio that's influencing it, then where did it start? Like what movie, what series, whatever started the culture moving towards this?
Charlie's Angels. No, I'm kidding. I have no idea. I don't have an actual answer for that. Because obviously there have been cultural movements throughout time in the movies and media. Before movies, it was definitely a thing in the newspapers. It was a thing in comic books. It's always going to be some sort of ideological bent to the things that are being made.
For sure. I think
this is why I was making the spaghetti Western versus other Westerns analogy. I believe I did that a little more near the end of the conversation, where the spaghetti Western was a direct reply to Westerns being too formulaic. This is where we get a lot of the anti-hero comes from a lot of spaghetti Westerns. Fistful of Dollars is a great example.
Yep, I love The Stranger.
And that was really one of those things I was trying to bring up. Like, deconstruction isn't necessarily a bad thing, and culturally, it's always going to happen. It is going to circular blah blah blah. It'll move back and forth on the pendulum. And actually, this was the person I was arguing with someone about this. I brought it up in the Think last week. I had a long conversation with someone about this, and that was something that was brought up that really was a little profound to me. That it's like, okay, they don't care about the franchise being, quote, not for them anymore, because they know it's going to go back eventually if it sticks around, because culturally it will. That was the whole argument, that things will go back to what they were, because then that will be the deconstruction. Oh, we're gonna make this the hero's journey again.
I just think I wish we could skip that though. I'm not gonna be happy about that and be like, yeah, okay, it'll come around. No, I don't want that to happen. Sorry.
Sure.
I want it
and
down.
I don't even agree with that. It's not for you, because I mean, if you're making something as what could be seen as maybe insulting to the fans, which was part of my premise to begin with, it felt like they're purposely insulting the fans with their decisions. This is one of those things. You're attacking the audience that is your base. What's the point of doing that if you're motivated by profit? If you want to make money, why would you try to spurn the audience that would make that money?
But then suddenly, then the goalpost is moved from, oh well, it's actually not for you. So actually, we are trying to spurn the audience it was originally made for, because there's a new audience out there, and all the new audience will come and enjoy it.
Yeah, rhetoric like that comes from these studies and things.
And then the other thing is, like, is there a time that you think like the movie industry or like the arts have been like kind of right wing? Like, it feels like it's always been the aberration to me. It feels like the arts have been.
There's right wing media. Like, and I'm not.
I didn't say there aren't
movies,
right wing media. I mean, like when you're talking about like Hollywood or whatever you would say, like the movie industry. I feel like there was the Hays Code where movies had to be more conservative, but it feels like they were always like cutting edge. You know, it was always kind of a bit more artistic. So it seemed to me like it almost always kind of led
the commies of the 60s and 70s had to be subversive, though, didn't they? So they hid it behind the story.
I mean, this is actually why I brought up Spartacus and the whole thing regarding how that came about and how it wasn't allowed to be in theaters in a lot of places because it was made by a communist. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I just mean like the arts are somewhat inherently liberal. Like it doesn't seem like you generally have a whole bunch of I'm trying to think of like any studio that would be even conservative, I guess like Daily Wire, but I'm trying to think like any classical ones. It feels like they kind of went all over the place with their distribution.
Gray, I feel like you're giving this, it was always like this. So that's what you're trying to use.
I don't think it was always like this, but what I'm saying is like, I don't think there's like this magical time where it was more like a centrist thing. I think it always has been kind of left leaning, and I think culture has heavily influenced it. You know, like you got the swinging 60s, you got the 70s, which were a little bit more free love. Sorry, go right ahead.
I would argue that leftist ideology, the woke stuff, the CRT stuff, is the new occurrence. The Overton window has shifted. And so much.
And I think it has for culture.
But sorry, finish it up, Dorkus.
But so much of woke ideology is built on fundamentally flawed premises, whereas, I mean, I can't speak to the 60s and 70s. I wasn't alive then, but I imagine they had some grip on reality more so than we do now.
What is woke ideology and CRT mentality?
Critical race theory, Robin DiAngelo, intersectionality, and woke being the more encompassing term for a zealous adherence to the tenets of critical race theory and intersectionality. I
can Sparks note it if you want, Charles.
Please.
Okay, so critical race theory is the focus on making sure that there is proper representation in characters, media, and everything. So that means that there must be what's called it's called equity. A lot of the time that term is used instead of equality. Equality isn't good anymore. It's actually now equity, meaning there are people who are not represented enough. Therefore, they need to be overrepresented now to make up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, to redress the past.
How different?
And I'm not just talking about color, by the way.
How different is it than the Bechdel test?
I believe the joke is that the Bechdel test does very similar.
Which one was first?
The Bechdel test.
Bechdel
I'm
was
pretty sure.
well, actually. So it depends. If you're going to go off of the actual one, the critical legal theory was probably before Bechdel. But it used to be kind of a legal theory, and then it has kind of been taken a little bit more into a lens that could be used to look at everything.
Is it the joke that the Bechdel test was made as a joke and not intended to be taken seriously? And then people took it seriously?
Well, I just need a time period when leftist ideology influenced cinema.
Within the last 10 to 15 years.
I would say it's since, you know what, I don't know, tell me, give me examples of how this is wrong, but let's think of this culture war thing that's happened. And
Frozen might be the first.
What seems to have happened for me is in 2016, the whole world turned over because Trump became president. And everybody was losing their mind because Trump became president. How could the world be this way? There was the no screaming meme, right? And that happened. And everything became even more political then. The lines were drawn from that point. And then you were not, if you liked a certain kind of media, you would be for Trump. If you didn't like a certain kind of media, you'd be against Trump. That's basically, you started to become left or right because of that extreme that happened in 2016. Everything became the culture war, it seems like, since 2016. Any piece of art had to be attributed to one or left, one or the other.
I would argue it's been there. We're just reacting to it in the last 10 years.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
And
so
why?
In 2018 is when like Robin DiAngelo and White Fragility like hit its peak. But Bechdel test came after critical race theory. So critical race theory came out of critical legal studies, which was in 1970. Critical race theory actually came out in 77. Bechdel test was 85. But the actual like critical legal study and critical legal theory, that actually goes back to just critical theory. And critical theory is
that's
way
exactly what
further back than that. Like it's going to go like 1920s.
I was doing critical theory in psychology.
Yes.
When I was in university.
You probably read Bell's text. Like he is one of three people that have like kind of coined a lot of these things, even coined the term woke to represent it. And an easy overview is they're pretty much American Marxists that want to change the culture to be more communist or more socialist or more.
They weren't American. Come on, man. They came from the Frankfurt School. They were neo-Marxian.
Yeah, what's the difference?
But it really kind of came into the cultural zeitgeist after 2016. It seemed like things got very polarized.
Sure.
But you're right. It was there all along, Charles. It was. It is a theory and a line of thought that goes back to like 1848 with Marx did like conflict theory. So
if I just read the synopsis to Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, you would think that's woke.
So I think woke is different. So like when people are saying CRT, like there are actual things like specifically like it has to do with race, like it is critical theory, but when applied to race, where like woke is kind of just a whole bunch of people see kind of progressive things and it's just become shorthand to say like, you know, this
pretty
is
much
either
it's been a destroyed
equity
word
or something like that. It's a little bit different, and some people are using them synonymously. But I think when a lot of people
I gave you the synopsis for In the Heat of the Night.
I'd say it's a badass movie, much better than the show.
Actually, I want to touch back on so I think Gray, you touched on this as well. Dorkus, you were also touching on this, the Overton window, and how it's not that it's always been leftist, but what was considered left is right wing now. That's pretty much the easiest way to describe it.
And I never said left. I just said the arts were liberal. Like they were never like a conservative thing. It was always something.
In an American context, that means left, right? No, I'm kidding, but
it's supposed to mean left. It's supposed to be, but at the moment, if you're a liberal, right wingers hate you because you're considered a left winger. You're supposed. That's what it used to be like, but I would call such an Adam liberal. And
well, yeah, they are liberals.
And people think they're too adjacent to that. They're too close to the right.
Yes, because polarization.
Lucifer is not wrong that CRT was Derek Bell and Kimberly Crenshaw and Robin
There's her
DiAngelo
name.
wrote White Fragility. He's not wrong, but you can kind of follow it from straight up like conflict theory to essentially you can go like Freudian psychoanalytic theory, and then from there deconstruction, structuralism, post-structuralism, then to neo-Marxism, then to Gramsciism, then to Frankfurt School. You can kind of keep going, but critical pedagogy is critical pedagogy is what Robin DiAngelo was studying, and then that's where White Fragility came out of there. It is kind of all linked back, but yes.
One of the dramatic shifts as it pertains specifically to the scripts of the last however long is, I forget exactly how Little Platoon put it, but there was a point in which the writers started explicitly stating in the scripts their policy prescriptions, for lack of a better term. They started outright saying their positions instead of leaving it up to the story or leaving some degree of ambiguity or subtlety. The last 8 to 10 years, at least.
Lack of subtlety has occurred, yeah?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Outright contempt for specific groups of people and positions.
I also what I wanted to. Oh, sorry. If there was a response, wait for that.
Let's just let the silence ride.
Okay, no.
Let's have a full minute of silence. Because yesterday was 9/11.
You guys spoke about the Overton window, and Gray says this is culture, and questions the, where's the point where it was forced. And what I want to know is the culture as left as is that the consensus? Is the leftist ideology, the wokeness, is that what everybody wants? Is that the real culture?
And I think
that's
the
not
current
necessarily
box
culture.
offices are showing that. Like, but you got to keep in mind like how long it takes for something to get made.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're banking on trends that they're seeing like 5 years ago. There's a reason why, long after everyone was done with the like, okay, so everything has a strong female lead or whatever, and it's really forced. It took them a while to stop doing that and realizing that like, oh, these things are, that trend was not necessarily going to last as long as they thought it would, and it wasn't as big a wave as they thought it was going to be. I think sadly they're chasing a lot of these trends. They're chasing the waves, and they've got to guess what the next one's going to be and how long it's going to be a thing.
I could probably list 15 John Wick copycats from the last 6 or 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
Men and women, just it made money, so they're like, our turn, and not exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, regarding the what you first said here, Gray, that you think the arts have always been liberal.
Yes.
I can't think of an example where that would not be the case.
Because
especially if we're talking about because freedom of expression is a foundational principle of liberalism.
Hell yeah. I'm glad that we kind of meet there. Do you think that right now liberalism is very popular, or does it seem like as a culture it's kind of shifted?
I think it has shifted.
I think that's what's going on here, but I could be wrong. And fair enough, Lucifer's bringing up Rambo. That was pretty conservative, especially the thanking the Taliban at the end. Good times.
But what is popular isn't always what is good.
Sure. And culturally,
that's the problem today.
So culturally, there are a lot of little things that we will get from TV shows and media saying this is the thing. And then that I think, does boil down to the culture. I don't think it's necessarily a direct response. It's just kind of the opposite of what I said earlier.
What? You don't think it's a direct response to what people want?
No, I think a lot of these people don't care what people want. I think they want to push what they actually
but there has to be something.
Themselves.
One of the things that we have pointed to is that there are more people, and people have spoken about and I think it was Nico who spoke about the institutions or whatever, you know, that basically the activists started infiltrating in certain layers of the productions or certain layers of society. They actually started becoming that they had to push. They are activists. Literally, they are active, taking their ideology and putting it into practice. They are that is a stated goal. No, that's always been there, right? But has it been this prevalent?
So the 70s, you've got like blaxploitation films. They centered around like black characters, urban life, especially the civil rights movement. You got films like Shaft, Superfly, a whole bunch of things like that.
Philadelphia.
In the 80s, you have more like teen movies and youth culture, where a little bit more like John Hughes films, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. They were chasing a whole bunch of trends like that, but they're kind of portraying angsty and aspirational teens.
Cold backdrop too.
Yeah, and then like like the 90s has like romantic comedies with female empowered leads, like Legally Blonde, Notting Hill, things like that. It is kind of pushing a cultural thing. Once you get to the 2010s, you get like gender diversity in movies, specifically superheroes. So Marvel did like Black Panther, Wonder Woman.
When did Catwoman come out?
04.
Which Cat?
Early.
That was 04?
Yeah,
Oh
that would have been the
gosh.
aughts. If you're talking about the only one that really exists, the Halle Berry vehicle, that would have been the
I'm
aughts.
talking about.
I want to say like
early 2000s.
Okay, wow, it was earlier than I thought.
Charles loves that movie. He said that when that came out immediately, just 04.
But I mean, that's true. I should have always, I always should believe Charles. My
Box
bad.
office guy.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
He does know the box office. But I mean, like,
also,
there were kind of social environmental movies. Like, there's a whole bunch of like The Day After Tomorrow. There were a whole bunch of other ones that were kind of environmentally based threats. Now it seems like it's getting a little bit more heavy-handed with like Don't Look Up and stuff like that. But it feels like there were kind of, social issues that were definitely pushed heavily. Anything political seems like it's had that kind of bend to it. It doesn't feel like this is something new. This is just the new thing that is being pushed in this era.
I think, I suppose the new thing that is being pushed, I definitely think my problem is with what's being pushed. Definitely. Yeah. Okay, it is. And I'm not going to pretend that, it's just the principle of pushing it. No, I'm actually pissed off with what is being pushed. But also how it's being pushed, because you did say it's becoming more heavy-handed. That's kind of what gets me. The kind of clunkiness. And this is me with expectations this low and standards this low for media. Okay, I'm not a great analyst of media, and I still can feel things are clunky.
Man, I hate doing this. Not doing this is in this conversation, but to just steal what Gray was saying here. To steal what Gray was saying here, it might not be necessarily that it is a consistent. Media has always been this political. Okay, so actually, that's kind of what I'm pointing to, but it's a little different because it's always been pushing. There's always been a thing being pushed because it's the trend of the time. You don't like what's being said, but the thing is, you are only exposing yourself to a certain amount of movies. You don't see all the really good stuff that isn't pushing that because it doesn't get as much fanfare.
Yes, it doesn't get much fanfare. Why?
Because
there's
it's
no money in talking
to
about
shit on
it.
things.
Doesn't get money talking about it.
Well,
yeah,
you got to put all the popular things in the big one
that
you're going to get the $1 billion from.
Let
it be known that I can change my mind in real time.
Okay, can I also say then is there no onus as well on the studios themselves? How is it making money for the studios? You guys are acting like it makes money. This negative publicity
most of them
for
don't.
The studios. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It makes money for Nerdrotic. It makes money for Heels versus Babyface. Disparu, all of them. They make lots of money from it.
Right.
But what happens to the studios with these things?
Beetlejuice just made like $150 million on its opening. I know it had some accusations of like a whole bunch of like woke stuff and everything. It seemed pretty toned down to me. Like,
I've heard there are too many stories, but I didn't hear one.
I didn't
don't
hear
disagree with
that
that.
criticism about that movie. I heard that that movie hated women. That's the biggest criticism I heard from the movie.
What?
Fair enough.
Sorry
I didn't
to
hear
interrupt.
any of it in actual reviews. It was kind of people just reacting to like the trailer and what's coming up. So I don't know. It does seem like nobody has given that criticism since seeing it. I certainly didn't get anything like that. I didn't see woman hating. I thought a lot of the women got like all the best jokes. Catherine O'Hara is just.
I've got
amazing.
nothing. I never even saw the trailer, so
Guys,
I've got
Lucifer has
no.
something to
Oh
say.
no, we got to cut you off, Mimo. I'm sorry.
Go
Your
ahead.
point means nothing compared to this point that Lucifer the Doberman has said. It's been a great convo. My only regret is that I'm on the open ocean and on talking with
Not talking
you
with
guys. Yeah. Well, we wish you
Thanks,
were here
Lucifer.
on talking
Tell
with
the
us.
ocean we say hi.
And he tells us to keep being awesome.
Just
I
remember,
refuse to because I'm a contrarian.
if you say hi to the ocean, it always waves back.
Ah!
But thank you so much, Lucifer. You're awesome, man.
Where are we? Is there more after this leftist ideology thing?
So this is where I sucked at doing the slides. I have a whole bunch of kind of like quotes. So like Dorkus was saying, and he kind of got into this, but he was saying that he thinks that this is all fueled by CRT or woke ideology. It's a leftist bias. And then the example that he used was like the Disney princesses, reluctant, essentially reflexively, reductively being called sexist because of there's a prince, they're looking for a prince. That means this whole thing is a sexist.
Hard to deny
patriarchal.
that with the stupid stuff that Rachel Ziegler has been saying about Snow White.
And then
Is
that
Rachel
was
Ziegler a
definitely one of
studio,
those.
though?
She's not a studio,
Okay,
but she's
she
being
is.
allowed to say these things.
And
She
encouraged.
doesn't
She's
even have a
part of
yord
the
horde.
system. She has her role and she plays it.
But she doesn't make films.
You're
She's
right.
in them.
But she's also celebrating that they removed the prince part of that love story
She's part of
from
it.
the movie. And she's
the face of it.
reveling in that.
She's not the
And she's
face of
not the
it.
only one who holds that belief.
And we've observed her change the belief, change her tune.
I'm not
according
saying that
to-
she has the studio power, but
No.
she's talking about they made these changes and I'm happy that they made these changes. And that's where my criticism of this is.
But that's their thing. If they made the changes and she's talking about it and saying she's happy about it, it's not her. It's them.
I think we're saying the same thing here.
Why name her? It's not her. She's
Because
just talking about
it's something that she said, and from there I can extrapolate what the studio has decided to do with the movie because that's what she's talking about.
And I say
don't know
that
if
she's a part
everyone
of it.
For sure. And I don't think anyone's denying that.
Instead
I
of
don't
just
think
keeping
Charles
quiet.
is saying that she's not a part of it. It just she seems to be kind of a small part in that. Okay,
Yeah,
she's
not
face,
making the studio decision.
but she's not writing it. She's not
No, she's not
choosing
making
what
a
actually
decision.
gets edited into it, like anything like that. She is just kind of espousing her view, and it seems to be kind of, the socially acceptable view amongst her
Mhm.
peers.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of where I was saying, like, I've met so many people who are, somewhat related tangentially to the film or entertainment industry, and they feel like they have to actually like hide their beliefs, or they have to post certain things like the square that we mentioned earlier, or
Sure.
like certain flags or whatever, but they don't actually like have conviction behind it, and they feel like they can't actually say their own thing because there are people out there espousing very loud opinions, and those seem to be the acceptable ones. A lot of it seems to be going along the lines of what Rachel Ziegler was saying. I don't know that she truly believes it, or if it's just like, this is an acceptable thing to say. This is a press junket. I've done like 32 of these interviews in the last day and a half. I don't know. I don't want to excuse everything that she said, but I think some of those, like, my God, if I had to do like 32 interviews in a row, like, you'd get some really stupid answers out of me.
Sure. And I want to make it clear, I'm not talking about, screw Rachel Ziegler because she believes these things. It's I'm what I've gotten from her interviews is this is what the movie's going to be. It will not be Snow White.
And I
It'll
don't
be
wanna watch
something
it.
different.
Yeah.
That is what I'm getting. That's what I'm criticizing. I don't care about Rachel Ziegler. It's just what she has said about how the movie is made. That's all I can go off of because the movie's not out yet.
It would be very strange, I think, also for her to say the things that she's saying and for that to be the antithesis of the culture that is made around the movie. When I say culture here, I'm referring to the people on set and the decision makers. If she went out and started saying she's not going to be saved by the prince, the old movie is oh so dated, I don't think the other people working on it are going to be saying we wanted to keep it as true to the original as we could. We really respect the original. No, I think it's fair to consider her a representative of the general opinions that were going around on the set, or at least, as Gray pointed out, the ones that are safe to say.
Right, but society has progressed. Like if you were to tell a story about transport, you wouldn't use horses.
Well, yeah, I watch I, Claudius regularly, and that's a very dated movie, but that because of technology, etc., new advances in how we understand Roman architecture to look, everything was painted instead of white. But are you denying that what Rachel Zegler was saying was absolutely dripping with contempt?
To be honest with you, I don't know everything what she was saying.
She came off as a very, very contemptuous individual, in my interpretation of what she was saying.
Okay, so this actually points directly to what we've been talking about and what's even on the screen right now. So the crux of the argument, the discussion that we had last week, without Gray or you here, Charles, is that one of the problems that the three of us specifically agreed on was that there seems to be this idea that what came before is bad, and we need to change that for a modern audience.
Okay. So I've got two things, and they are two quotes from Dorkus. Two abridged quotes, edited quotes that kind of go into this. So the first one is people who think that everything that was made before yesterday was made by the patriarchy for cis white men, Sarkeesian types insisting that the community needs to change. I don't disagree, and I don't think Charles would disagree that there are people coming in saying, hey, all of these things here are wrong. It appears that there are companies like Sweet Baby Inc. or whatever who are actually hired or kind of strong-arm their way in to give certain clearances, if you will, or a certain amount of protection that you have consulted the correct people so you can't be labeled whatever because of this. It does seem like there are people who think that. And then the other thing was Dorkus said, I'm not going to expect them to be able to articulate Robin DiAngelo or the tenets of critical race theory, but they see things like all of the villains are white and all of the good characters are black now. And they see a series of strong female character archetypes Captain Marvel out there. Yeah, sorry, they being the fans. Well, that's what I was going to ask. Like, so do you think? So you're giving a certain amount of I don't know what you'd call it, like charity to the fans that they can see what's going on, even if they can't articulate this. Do you think the same thing for the movie studios? Like, do you think that there's some normies there who see, okay, these are a bunch of things that are popular, or do you think that they really do like nefariously know like Robin DiAngelo and critical race theory and are interested in injecting it into there?
Yes and no. I mean, as you just said, that or someone here just said, there are people on these studios who are afraid to say what they think. I think that, some of these studio folks might be like us and happen to be familiar with these, but generally speaking, I think that there are more true believers than not working in the industry. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think
so.
that's a good estimation, because otherwise the industry wouldn't look the way it does. Or you would have powerful true believers. Some are powerful true believers, but I think it's more likely that there's just more of the true believers, and then the rest are scared of the true believers. So they say what they spout what they're supposed to say, what's socially acceptable.
And if you're a true believer, then what's happening is good.
If you have a job or want a job and disagree, you will say nothing. Yeah, I suppose you can say nothing. But I think what's also happened in the cultural shift is you can't say nothing either. You actually can't. You actually have to say what the true believers say. You have to
Melissa
convince
Barrera,
everybody.
Melissa Barrera, who's an actress, said something pretty left in pro-Palestine. She got kicked off a movie.
True. She lost her Scream franchise. It was already set up, and it was a.
But that's another convo. Sorry, continue.
Well, kind of going off of that, another one of your paraphrased quotes was, "They're a loud minority. They are loud, so people think there are more of them than there actually are." And as I've said, they never actually support the things. So when you say like they never actually support the things,
the audience.
Yeah, the audience, the woke audience, let's say. The activists on Twitter are a loud minority.
So what I thought you were talking about the studio, because like the next thing that you said after that was so they never actually support the thing. They convince the powers that be that it would be more profitable than not to make the changes that they want.
The woke audience, the Sweet Baby Inks, the Anita Sarkeesians, are convincing the studios, hey, look how many people want these kinds of stories. And
you have that, Dorkus, that Anita Sarkeesian sort of thing, just that example is actually of that, the Sweet Baby Inc. actually, the head of Sweet Baby Inc. That literal conversation, that part of her presentation that went viral, where she said, have a coffee with the marketing team and convince them that they will be cancelled if they don't do so and so, such and such and such, if they don't have this and this. And that's the exact mechanism.
So,
that's the
it sounds super sleazy.
But the thing is, then the actual market out there is a minority.
It was an awesome comment.
That's Daisy.
Daisy says hi, or I ask up.
So I agree. Like that sounds super scummy. Like basically, don't take no for an answer. Like go in there and essentially kind of threaten them, strong arm them. Like it certainly would be a shame if you lost this money. I don't know. I've been told similar things in sales. Like don't accept the no. Like keep pressing. Yeah. If you can't get in here, go in this different way. I don't know that it's necessarily as nefarious as it's sounding. It could be as simple as like, don't take no as an answer. If you're getting shut out here, try this back door, which would be like whatever the marketing. I can't remember which the department they said to go to.
I have a problem with the internet taking everything literally.
Sure.
Yes.
Period.
What are you saying? Literally, as in like that comment that.
So the comment
Charles is figuratively referring to.
Yeah, comedy dying. Sorry, stop it. The joke made about R2-D2 being gay was a joke.
Come on, C-3PO is the gay one.
She wasn't showing vitriol for the franchise, but it gets quoted and returned and reshuffled around. Next thing you know, people are complaining about it. Like what Grace said about the Sweet Baby Inc. rep. She's got to make herself seem valuable, and to a bunch of other execs, that's something you would say figuratively.
Question.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like that. Don't take no for an answer. It's like at some point you're gonna have to take no for an answer.
Like it though.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's the nature of activism, though. They have their mission or their goal, and they are actively trying to achieve those goals. I don't begrudge them that. I begrudge the ideology and what they are trying to, the change that they are trying to affect in the first place. People are free to try and do what they want. I just think
the change they want to be in the world.
Start complaining about the media in media and not
way ahead of you, bro.
Way ahead,
No, you're not, because you opened with woke. That turns a lot of people off, and that's the
if you go back to last week, I said it turns people off. Why? Because it gets people into this this culture war, whatever. But it encompasses a certain feeling. What
So,
would you
wait,
rather?
wait,
What
wait,
word do
wait,
we
wait,
rather
wait, wait,
use?
wait. The
Charles?
second you turn on a show, if there's a black woman, you're infuriated by it.
No,
No.
because no one's making that argument.
No,
So, wait, I
I'm
don't know what the fuck the
infuriated
word woke means.
when Wheel of Time has the characters that I know and love completely changed around in a way that is like you honestly think that is changing in a good way. You think that that's necessary. You made this entire village, which is an isolated village, the most diverse place on earth. That sort of thing. That sort of thing I've become very sensitive to. So I will be that way. I will, like, actually what I was saying to Lucy is, because she says we were being desensitized or something. I'm actually like, no, I'm oversensitive. So now I can't go back and look at the old movies and say, oh, and feel like, wait, is that woke? No. Yeah.
Sadly,
I'm
it does make me look at classic
to it.
things like, people would call this woke. Like, I keep doing that as I'm kind of watching these classic ones.
I actually agree with you, Gray.
I watched The Prince of Egypt today, and there is a strong female character in it.
Love
right?
that movie.
She's in it. She's she's given to a man, and then she says, I'm not a possession to be given to anyone, and she spits or she almost bites the guy. Things like that. Somebody who definitely would say that that's woke today, but actually it was nothing. It was, for us, it was, we were part of it. We just watched
Wheel
it.
of Time that makes it woke.
What was changed? Okay, Wheel of Time.
Oh, you sneezed. I apologize.
I think
I was like, it sounded like you were just like, what was changed?
Wheel of Time is it starts off in the Two Rivers, and where the Two Rivers is an isolated village. It's hardly even gotten taxed for the past 100 years because it's so isolated.
It's so out of there.
So out of there. It's a small village. Everybody knows everybody. They are described as there is only one guy that's got red hair, and
that makes him unique.
The rest isn't. But now what they did is they made the Two Rivers the most diverse place in the world. The Two Rivers actually goes through a journey in the Wheel of Time where it becomes diverse. Later on, it actually opens up. It becomes a place for a lot of different people. It actually changes into the thing that it presents in the first episode, which really sucks. That they changed that. Why? And because that they wanted to, because that's fine, right? It's just it's a good thing. That's a good thing. But then you land up with the story taking strain because of that. The story, they don't get to go through that diversity, that actual opening up to the rest of the world. They don't get to do that. But why? Because the writers were just the writers, or whoever
they are going to have to abridge it.
Yeah.
So it is like 14 books, and they're rather hefty books. So I think a lot of what they are going to have to sacrifice is some of that world building. So they might be sacrificing some of that diversity that's coming up later. But they do have kind of a built-in out as far as the diversity of it. So I guess spoilers, it isn't exactly our past that the story takes place in. This might be extreme future. So does the world go back to being super segregated? And would there not be diversity in certain places, even if for generations, like this one village is kind of left alone? That kind of, to me, is an out. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not how I pictured it. It doesn't seem to be what Robert Jordan was looking for when he did that, but that does seem to be like one out for me, where the more egregious thing to me is it is so dichotomous, the magic system for men and for women, and there is this chosen one prophecy that can only go for one side of that, and yet they're trying to make it so that it's very similar and everyone is kind of equal in this, where really it's that men are in a way a lot more powerful, and they have now lost all of their power because it became so intense that it corrupted very much every user, so nobody could be trusted. So now women are super powerful because they're the only ones with this thing, but they're kind of changing every bit about the magic system and what a lot of the prophecy is. It is really amazing, and it would just be kind of spoilers getting more into it, but a lot of what BMO said, they have this really powerful gendered thing that is going on that yeah, it feels like they wanted to kind of change that to make it more acceptable for a modern audience.
If I may try
Yes.
addressing something for Charles, there's a PR problem. As a whole, there's a PR problem, and the media, and I cannot even express how much disdain I have for the media. Truly, hate it. Has not helped that problem. So, if a show came out set in medieval Europe and it was a diverse town of Black people and Asian people and white people, completely diverse and matriarchal, led by women, I will have assumptions of that just because of the history of the PR. Now, if you remove that PR, if you remove the last 10 years of content and aggressiveness in my perspective, I would like to believe that I would be more open to my preconceived notions would not ring as sensitive as they otherwise are currently.
What are your
I
parameters
watched
for the media?
Go on.
What are your parameters for the media?
News outlets, articles,
Articles from where?
Salon, The Times, CNN, Fox News, Kotaku, the Mary Sue, IGN. Does that
just the Screen Rant.
yeah.
Mojo, Screen
We
Mojo.
could even say YouTubers, I think, as well.
Right, so now you're diluting what media is.
I think that Zach's
Maybe a
just
bit.
saying it. Yeah, it does. It's a way that some people explain that away.
Another thing that has changed is we have too much connectivity to each other. It's not about credentials anymore. It's about how big is your audience. It doesn't matter what you know. It's just how many people hear you, and that's a big problem too.
Well, also, but how do people get big audiences though?
Can I have one?
Yeah, no, because the thing is, one of the biggest arguments you can have is, oh well, why does, because everybody wants to hate on Critical Drinker for having the huge audience he has. But one of the things, I definitely understand that the rabidness of the audience can get in the sea. We don't need rabid audiences. But the fact is, you do get credentials from having a large audience because you are literally getting votes. It's like having votes. It's social proof theory that this many people, literally Nerdrotic starts some of his videos, well, I think it's all of his videos. He starts with his number of subscribers. He goes, you 1 million, so and so.
And the 40% who haven't subscribed.
Yeah, and exactly that whole thing. That, unfortunately, it does hold sway biologically with humans. We literally, that's how we work with democracy, hopefully. And it's if you have many people listening to you and agreeing with you, you have the authority. Suddenly you have all of their backing. It's the way that we work socially.
So
sucks.
A man who was in charge of the most powerful country in the world, who had 74 million people vote for him, said that dogs and cats are being eaten by people from another country, and he saw it on TV.
Well,
okay.
I mean,
but he's popular.
I saw something that looks pretty similar to that on Twitter. It's hard to check the veracity of it, but
he took that. The guy who gets, still gets daily briefings on what's going on with the world.
And he said that's going to serve me. And he said that's going to serve me if I say this, right?
Yeah. So how much credentials do you hold to a voice like that?
You.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
No, I'm
One
saying
level-
it's up to you as an individual to decide.
All right, so
it
I
would
don't. I
depend on
wouldn't
the
trust
content.
half of the world with, I don't know, a glass to hold. So
Mhm.
why are we trusting people that we don't know to drive us in a direction for whatever media we're looking for?
I mean, it depends on the content. I mean, I think I haven't been enjoying Nerdrotic and Mahler as much as I used to lately, but there was a time where they were commenting on the media that I liked or was interested in, and I thought they had good takes on those pieces of media. So they became figures that I would trust in evaluating for me before I spent my hard-earned money on a movie ticket.
Fair enough.
And you're speaking my language quite a bit here, Charles, on how I intuitively feel about a lot of the criticism that I'm talking about. Of why are we listening to these people? Well, there is an answer, and you might not like the answer, but it's because it's something they're saying something that you agree with, or they're saying something that you are intuitively not agreeing with.
Right. But just because people say the earth is flat and I like that doesn't make it so.
Of course not.
No, but it
it's
does
so
make
to,
it so that
it's so
you
to you,
probably should
Charles.
respond
It's your
to it.
truth.
It's my truth.
Your truth.
Well, it's
yeah.
like I don't care.
And your
like,
truth is allowed. Yeah.
So maybe I should try to form my words here a little better, because I was purposely in our discussion, especially last week and even this week, I'm trying to avoid using the term woke because it doesn't really mean much these days because it's too vague. I tried to bring up the stuff behind it. That's why I tried to give you the Sparks notes on where at least I'm coming from when I would say those words. This is what I mean, and there's a whole bunch that could be dug into that, because woke in the most literal of contexts is just being aware of social change and injustice. That is where it originally came from. It came from the Black community. That, and we could still use that, but it means something different for everyone now. What you're saying is that you shouldn't take people at face value. I love that. I specifically try not to do that.
But it's funny that the people who created the word or came up with the word woke, doesn't have the same meaning anymore. So it's just a furthering of exactly what my point is.
But I mean,
you hijacked the word and used it for something that probably wasn't what they intended it to be.
Sure.
But I mean, we do that all the time. Like, but I do feel like as long as we're talking about like clarifications and stuff, let me clarify. Apparently, I was pretty shitty at explaining my position. I think Zach said it as there's gonna be diversity in Wheel of Time, so put it in there now. That wasn't what I was trying to say at all. If it came off that way, I spoke poorly. All I meant is I don't know that they're going to be able to do all these cool world building beats. So they might be gone. So we might not get that whatsoever. So that was just supposed to be a point. Just, I don't see them doing the world building with this world. I don't see how they're then going to bring it back around to actually mean anything if they haven't set up from the beginning what needs to be paid off. So I just don't see them doing that. That meant to be one point. And then the second one was, so that's why they should have diversity now. That wasn't what I was trying to say. It's just, this isn't the past where, people were kind of segregated. This would be a future story. So do we then get like resegregated? Because you still could have now, after generation upon generation, it wouldn't necessarily be as diverse as is depicted here. But I don't know that it would necessarily be super homogenous. I think you would still have the diversity that we see today in almost any place.
After
perhaps I'm wrong.
After generations, it definitely would be homogenous. Isn't there that the part of the theory that eventually we wouldn't have races, we would just all mix to the point, unless there's one family that stays white. They're like, you can't stay with anyone. You gotta marry a white girl. That whole thing.
I guess it depends how many generations and how big the Two Rivers really is. Because I kind of viewed it as kind of big, but perhaps I'm wrong.
But also, what Zach's referred to there is the function of the lack of diversity in the story.
For sure, they're not going to be able to pay that off.
He's a tall guy, that he's different, so they're not going to get to pay it off. But that
so they're still paying all that off. He is the only redhead there. They're not
Yeah.
doing it well, but they're still trying to have their cake and eat it too with that. They did make everybody look a lot more like him, so he wouldn't actually stand out as much as he's supposed to. But they're still trying to make it like when a few different people meet him, they know exactly what he is. When Loyal meets him, he knows what he is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're trying to have that to be the same thing.
I want to make sure that I'm understanding like the point you're making here, Charles, on the media thing. Could you elaborate on that a bit?
You need to take me back to what you're thinking about.
You said complain about the media more.
I said that?
I think-
Complain?
Yeah.
So
I think
there were a
that
bunch
was
of
part
different
what
things
you're
you said
saying.
regarding media and media criticism, and then you brought up Trump talking about eating dogs and cats.
He's the most informed. He's one of the most informed people on the planet right now.
Well,
And
he
still
does own
resort-
Truth Social.
He gets daily briefings, and he still resorted to something I saw on TV, is what he said. So he's just overlooking the information that he has to bullshit that he sees on TV. Because
Sure.
So it's not just taking TV over though. Like it's in my feed. I can't stop seeing the video
it's all
of
over the place. Yes, it's not about credentials anymore. It's about popularity.
But where does that come into this conversation? So that's where I'm having a disconnect here.
What element of media would you like to talk about? What element of film would you like to talk about? And I can narrow it down for you.
So I know that
Rotten Tomatoes.
Tomatoes,
Out of
okay.
that score. A ton
For some reason, yeah.
of critics are not critics. They are popular content creators. I wouldn't value their opinion on bread on toast.
Okay.
Yet that
Why would you
score
put
gets
bread on toast?
exactly.
Everyone knows you put the toast on the bread.
Yeah, come
Yeah.
on, structure.
It's like putting the milk before the cereal, right? But what I'm still having a disconnect is like I understand what you're saying regarding you don't value these commentators' opinions because they don't really have any sort of credentials. They just have an audience that they're just saying words to. Please correct me if I'm misrepresenting you here. That's kind of where you're going. Like I don't value what these people have to say. I don't understand why people put value on what these people say. Am I following right now? Am I so far?
As far as I am concerned,
Yes. I'm talking about what you are talking about.
But when people quote something that they've learned from nonsense, and then other people join in them and quote it, it doesn't make it stronger. It just makes it diluted.
Yeah. Oh, it makes it. You know what? It makes it more convincing.
Which is stupid.
Yeah.
I agree because a lot of people will only read headlines rather than what's actually in the content of something. It happens all the time.
A fair-minded, critical person should be able to look at the claim or the statement or the point and evaluate whether or not, as an individual, it carries water or not.
Sure. A film critic should be able to tell you why the film is shit without talking about the actors.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes.
Sometimes it's the actors
Agreed.
that make the film shit.
Well,
Have you seen The Room?
Yes, that does happen. Yeah.
Okay.
But fair enough. I think it is an element that could be touched upon. I don't know. I guess anything's fair game, but I don't know.
I agree with Charles that you're all
I'm
connected
fine.
more.
I'm getting frustrated because I have shit going on in my head and multiple people are talking to me. I'm fine. I'm just vocalizing my internal frustration. I'm fine.
Please do.
Nothing against you. I'm just trying to understand where you were coming from.
No, the chat.
And I've kind of monopolized this shit. So please, if you got anything to say, jump in.
I'm just simply stating that the reason that I may seem aggressive is because I have a neurological disorder and it's hard for me to compute things sometimes. That's all.
That's okay.
It's a me thing, guys. Don't worry, please.
What?
You, not me. I understand.
No, what I appreciate, Charles, is that this is how I speak with my family, argue with my family, and people that don't know that, they will go, oh my God, these people hate each other.
So aggressive. Yeah.
Oh my God. And they look at these people they're so abusive. And it's like, no, we're just loud. And also we give a shit about what we're saying and we argue, but literally,
Talk over each other
as long as
constantly.
everybody understands, that's what we're doing. We're not hating on each other. We're just getting heated.
And plus,
No,
as
it's true
long
to
as
you, Charles.
there is an understanding.
plus 3 minutes from now, we're talking about fucking movies. Like,
Yeah.
this really isn't a big deal. None of
Exactly.
it.
Well, we're gonna get into diagnosing
deal to
some
me.
Narcissism. I want
yeah.
us to finish that, and then I do want us to just spend at least 20 minutes on the
Cool.
Emily Armstrong thing, because you know what? It actually
I would
does.
love to. I've got
It
strong
does.
opinion.
It does come back to this kind of discussion. Actually, it really.
so.
There's been a few points where it's like you're just never going to please the fans, that sort of thing. But let's go into the narcissism. Let's finish this.
Cool.
Let's talk about
Let me just say like this. Oh, go ahead, Charles. Again, you've been a
I was being
minority.
a
here.
narcissist.
Please speak.
I said, let's think about me as well.
MSK. You've already said this. Where you at? We saw you.
But
we saw
nice.
you.
Unfortunately. Yeah. So Dorkus said, BMO thinks it appears bitter, but it is rooted more in narcissism. They're standing on the shoulders of giants, George Lucas, J.R.R. Tolkien. If you're going to come into a pre-existing community and say what's wrong and we're going to need to fix it, you need to be able to back that up. So I think it's narcissism. I think it's hubris. That's the definition of narcissism, though, is it not? Better. I know better for you what is good for you and what is good. I don't know. So again, I took some of those. I'm not including all of the context. I believe they were like 3 different statements that I just kind of slapped into one. Is that the way that you guys see narcissism? It's just like, I know better for you, or I know better what you should do or what should be done for you.
I think that there's a degree that could be made, but I didn't really make the narcissism claim.
I am better than you. I know better than you. I know what is best for you. That seems
Because I am superior to you.
yeah. Although
You
I
can't
can,
think for
I can
yourself.
Google the definition of narcissism now. Just
I have one right here. So I've got a
Oh
couple.
no,
So
he's
I've
got receipts.
So the term narcissism is derived from Narcissus, a character in Greek mythology. The story of a handsome young man, Narcissus, who rejected the nymph Echo, and the gods punished Narcissus by making him fall in love with his own reflection in a pool of water. So narcissism is self-centered personality style characterized by having excessive preoccupation with oneself and one's own needs, often at the expense of others.
I have self-centered, vain, and selfish.
Tell us
So-
more, Dorkus.
Telling what somebody else should do is being selfish. Like, wouldn't that be more like authoritarian? Or I don't know that I
But it's
necessarily see that as narcissism.
It's based in seeing yourself as the authority because you are the only
based-
thing that matters. You're the only thing that matters.
Based.
Well, I think so too, but no, I'm just kidding. So, but is it really that I am the only thing that matters, or I know what's better for you, so I'm going to give you this as opposed to what you're saying? To me, that doesn't necessarily come off as like narcissistic. It seems more like just an asshole. But am I looking at it wrong? Because I guess I don't understand the selfish part of saying I know better for you.
It's more, it veers more into the vanity part. But there's a selfishness there. I need everything to work as I think it should work.
I hate to say it, but there's a different version of narcissism that's being used here, and it's not the textbook definition. It's the cultural definition.
Yeah.
So there is also the actual textbook definition, which is not this. So I did.
No, we don't need. We're not talking about the actual disorder.
Yeah, we're not talking about NPD or anything like that,
Mhm.
which would be different, and that would be a pervasive pattern of grandiosity, need for admiration, and lack of empathy for others. This would be the opposite of that, because you're saying,
That's
I know
just
what's
me.
better for you. This would be empathy for the person. It's no, I'm doing what's right for you. I'm thinking about you. Like, in a way, that's empathetic.
Yeah, in a way it's empathetic, but it's empathetic. It's decidedly that I know better. You can't tell me what you feel. There's no empathy there. And a narcissist without empathy, okay, an empathetic narcissist is quite dangerous, because they actually are able to
Actually,
figure out how to manipulate you because they see what you feel. Yeah.
So Rosales has like an amazing comment that I know better for you, the government. Do you
I
see
was
the
about to
government
say-
as a narcissist, or do you see it as like, no, they're this controlling force who thinks they know what's best? Like, to me, that's something other than narcissism. But
so
I get what
I
you're
think-
talking about. I just think it's a different term, I guess.
there's a quote that I can use from our well, now former president, because he stepped down. Well, he's technically in his term, so he's still president, very much so. Joe Biden said, "We need to make sure that these black people can vote because they don't know how to get on the internet. We got to get it all for them."
Well, okay, and then Sparkles brings up like, okay, as a parent, if you're telling your kid no because you know better for them, is that narcissism, or is that like?
No.
It seems to me like
There's
it could be out of
specific
empathy. Like I know
relationship.
better that they shouldn't just eat sugar. I'm going to make them eat some vegetables because
But
it is
that's
better
because,
for them.
but in reality, they do know better because why? Because
They are the parent.
Sparkles is the parent. Whereas
MSK pulled out his EBT card. So
I love MSK
a very
because
generous,
of that quote.
a very generous donation from the Master Swag King himself. Power bottom G. $2. He says, "Does Charles love me? I have EBT and grape drink." Charles, I know you're a fan of grape drink, but does the EBT move?
Charles,
The
I'll
dial
have
at
you
all.
know, I literally have EBT and grape drink. Do you love me?
So, the place that I always say I'm going on Tuesday nights. That's MSK's stream, by the way.
You going to
He's
the
a
hood?
fun guy. No, I just I go to the racist stream to mock the dude. It's fun.
Nice.
But thank you, sir. Charles, do you have love in your heart for MSK? Are you aware of MSK?
Yeah, if EBT snap, I'm on EBT. So
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
And you can get grape drink. We can be
Snaps
EBT
off.
and grape drink together.
I'm
I don't know
not
what you guys are
understanding the
talking about.
jokes.
I'm not
He's
understanding.
And
making
it
an
is MSK.
illusion that you like black
Um,
people, which I assume you are fine with black people. They're very
Who
fine
doesn't?
people.
Some of my
Indeed.
best friends are black.
Exactly. There you go. You have your black card.
But it sounds
Yeah,
like Gray and I
so-
have slightly different fuzzy feelings about narcissism, the word and the definition. But I feel like there's a Venn diagram and we overlap in some areas, but it's more or less just the word. But conceptually, do we
Uh-oh.
agree?
I want to agree with you, but I've got to cut you off really quick because wow, the Master Swag King is back again. He's asking us for $2. How does sex work then? Because I know better. Thank you for that,
What?
MSK.
I don't know, MSK.
When a bird
Amazing.
and a bee love each other very much.
Indeed.
Charles, that's your cue.
They make the honey.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. I think it's just, I guess it's what we're calling this thing. Because I do think, yes,
Yeah.
they think they know what will be marketable, but I don't necessarily agree that they think they know what's best for you. I think they're trying to predict a couple years in advance, up to like 5 years. I mean, how long have they been working on Blade now? And they still don't have a
Ooh.
script. But they're trying to predict what is the social norm. So originally, like if you remember one of the versions of Sweet. If you remember one
What's
of the
happening?
versions of Shelley Duvall, come on, man.
I know it's a Here's Johnny shot.
Oh yeah. But sorry, now I totally forgot where I was going with that. Derailed. Good times.
Sorry, I
We're
did
talking
not. I
about
thought
the
this would
lack
be in
of
the
a script
background.
in
Thanks,
Blade.
Kit.
Oh yes, sorry. So with how long it takes something, they're trying to predict something years in advance. Like if we're going with Blade, originally they were going to do it with a very strong female lead, and it was going to be Blade essentially handing it off to his daughter, and then she was going to take up the mantle of Blade. They have long since changed from that, but I
This
don't know
summer
that they're
didn't help.
thinking they know what's better for you. I think they're trying to predict, trying to catch that next wave. Like, this is popular, we got to jump on it. Like, diversity was really big 5 years ago. Let's jump on that thing. Strong female leads, handing it off to a young, diverse crowd. I don't know. I'm not sure that they think that they know better than you. I think they're trying to predict what the audience wants. I could be wrong, and maybe I'm giving them too much charity.
I have to clarify. When the narcissism element, I am referring to specifically the activists and the Anita Sarkeesians and the Sweet Baby Inks. I'm not referring to, say, Bob Iger or the executives. Making
well, then my bad. That completely changes everything. I apologize, man. I completely strawman the hell out of you then. If that's clear, all you're talking about, yes. I think Charles would also agree. Like any ideologue who's like truly captured by an ideology and sees things through like one lens, they probably are somewhat narcissistic in that they view everything through that lens and decide everything should be that way.
Right. So there is a system, different people with different spheres of awareness.
Yeah, I would recommend watching material where they don't use those systems. Indie projects don't use Sweet Baby Inc. and all these
for sure
HR properties.
I can't afford it, man.
Right. If you want to be completely clean of all that mentality, you got to dig a little deeper.
Well, interestingly, didn't indie games get extremely popular for a while there?
Well, they are what people are pushing now. They're getting popular now.
So I hear what you're saying, Charles. I agree with what you're saying here. Sorry, what was that, Kitty?
I want us to take a break. So just hold on, okay? We need to look at this.
Oh.
Wahoo! Yeah. Wahoo!
Sorry, I had to stop everybody. Do you want to see it?
That was
That
fantastic.
was courtesy of Nico, as usual.
It's very narcissistic of Gray to insert himself into a clip that he doesn't belong.
I'm going to download that. That's going to be another interruption video. You know what I'm saying? Like if anybody gets heated, I'm just going to put a wahoo in there.
Wahoo.
He has mustard is what the file is called.
Okay, so there was a.
He has mustard.
Yeah, I don't remember what I was saying, Charles. There was a point I was going to make to jump off pretty much what you were saying, but I don't remember. So
wow. Well, this slide wasn't just supposed to say D; it was supposed to say multifaceted. So
I do appreciate the One Piece reference.
Multifaceted.
D.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yes, multifaceted.
There were some quotes on here that I wanted to definitely use. It is D topic. So multifaceted. So I want to give you guys as much like credit, Steelman your argument as much as possible. You guys did all say at different parts like this isn't just one thing. This is multifaceted. So Kiddo, you were saying like it's undeniable that this is happening. I can't accept that it's just the natural body, that it's just the natural and nobody's putting their finger on the scale. But why does it have to be one factor and why does it have to be profit? I think that was because of my comment that like they're going after profit, which again, I don't want to say that is the only thing that's driving them. Like obviously, you know, there's multiple things, but at the end of the day, like this is a business and they are looking to get that $1 billion like tentpole thing that's going to finance the rest of the year. So I don't know. I'd have to think that it is a factor and one of the major ones, but I'm sure there are other factors in there as well. So yeah, sorry. I also was not trying to say it's just one thing. I don't think Dorkus just thinks it's narcissism. I don't think BMO just thinks it's bitterness. But I think there might be all of those factors in here. I definitely agree with, the consultation groups that do seem to be ideologically captured. That does seem like a narcissism for sure. I think that does affect what's going on here. That is one of the facets. And then Kiddo went on to say, my main thing is it's multifaceted. We can't understand that we can't attribute bitterness to all of them. Give me an individual and I can assess, but there is a trend there. You cannot tell me that this is not happening. The cycle goes, it's not happening. Actually, no, it's happening. And that's a good thing. So I've definitely seen that where it seems like there's a denial of like, this isn't happening. Actually, this is happening.
And if it was happening, it would be good. Yeah.
Yeah. It does seem like there is kind of this slow march back to some of that where people are kind of denying it. I don't know if they're necessarily doing that out of malice or they don't necessarily see it. But Yeah, I don't disagree that that's happening. And well put that there are multiple factors in here. I just think profit is probably the main one. I don't think they're looking for good storytelling, where I think a lot of the things that you guys are putting forward would be the best possible story, the best possible product you're getting. I don't think the best piece of art, I should say, not product. I think they're looking for cynicism. I'm not sure if it would be cynicism. I think that's where I'm leaning for, is that it's, they're using anything to get that profit. So to me, that seems cynical, but maybe I'm wrong. And then Dorkus, you said, I'm willing to incorporate additional factors into my overall analysis. Maybe I haven't put enough weight on, say, focus group element or something, but it seems undeniable to me that this is happening. I agree with you. It is definitely moving towards one direction. Like, you can definitely see trends. Like, even if you just Google like top trends of the 2020s, like, it's definitely going to be up there. Diversity in front of and behind the camera is definitely a huge push with what's going on in kind of the bigger movies. They do want to acknowledge that even in the credits of the film, that, their cast is whatever percentage and they use certain types of business. That's cool. It does seem to be a trend that is going on. I don't think anyone up here is saying like that isn't happening. I think we're just kind of disagreeing on what the main drive is. Like, I guess I don't think that they've bought into it, where it feels like you guys more think that perhaps they actually believe this and are pushing it.
I think there are individuals that believe and push it, but like we've said, it's multifaceted. You can't really tell who believes it and who doesn't. It's the way it is in Hollywood now.
For sure. And then BMO had this awesome quote as well. A lot of this is assuming that these people could be doing it on purpose or that they are doing it for one specific reason, when it could just be Hanlon's razor, which Hanlon's razor is an adage, the rule of thumb it states, never attribute to malice that which can adequately be explained by stupidity. So there are multiple factors here. It could be one. So you continued with there's multiple factors here. And one of them is money, of course, and the other is being, we need to make it not what it was. It needs to be changed for a modern audience. And I don't know. Does anyone here disagree with that? Like, do you think you could make Blazing Saddles exactly the way it was back then now, or would you have to? I'd love to try
and then get arrested for saying mean words.
I mean, I think the most recent thing to come out that it would be Blazing Saddles like would be Tropic Thunder. Has anything come out since then? In that
watch a movie. You can watch a movie called Dinner in America. Came out in 2020.
So that's what I'm watching tonight. I just watched Joe. Man, that was not what I was expecting. Yeah. So no. I've heard it often said that Tropic Thunder can't be made today. Like, they would never allow that. And
a big studio won't make it because of
that. That was going to be my point. Like, I think there's certain the other guys, they went hard, but I mean, like, they didn't have, like a character in blackface the whole time. Like, I don't know if you could do that today. I think that the Overton window has kind of changed on that. But you're right. Like, the other guys is pretty offensive and funny. I do enjoy it. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like one of the most offensive ones I've seen recently, and it's tough. The only thing I can think is like smaller ones. I can't think of like a major one. But what is the last like major movie theater comedy that you can think of? Like, I don't know that they're making a bunch of comedies right now. You're getting like Pop-Tart Movie or like some of those ones on streaming. But
Blazing Saddles did something very well. Big studios won't take risks like that. You could watch a movie titled Loquisha and just it uses that effort and fucking fails miserably. So like, it's not like it's gone. It's just not being done poorly.
I guess there was one, but it really didn't make any waves. But it was the Magical Society or the
that one.
I can't remember the the one that I'm I'm messing up the title of. I thought it could be funny. Like, it's an okay premise, but the execution on it was just meh.
But the crew rises.
But I guess
they're
you
not
could do
going to-
something offensive in that direction. I don't know that you could do it the exact same way, but I guess that's a comedy that went to theaters that was somewhat offensive based off race.
Borat did it. It's stuff. As far as big studios are concerned, you have to retroactively. You have to do it and sell it to them because they're not going to take that risk on their own. If you make the movie and then try to sell it somewhere, they'll take that risk, especially if there's some sort of buzz behind it. But things that are risque like that, they don't take risks. But it doesn't mean that they're not out there.
Charles, do you think Hollywood used to take more risks than they do now? Are they more or less risk averse now?
It's much more business now. Like I would say the peak of Hollywood was probably the 80s.
Agree. Cool.
Okay, are you guys ready to? So have we overcome the
think
straw man
so.
thing?
Well, no. The actual straw manning. I guess there is one more thing that I must take umbrage with BMO at.
Oh, boy.
So your exact quote, this one is not a paraphrasing, is Gray has a really weak defense to say that, oh, it's just another spin of the wheel of time. Screw you, sir. Them fighting words. We are really going to we're going to come to blows over this. I have never said that. I would never say that. I apologized for the words that I did say, but they were nowhere near that. What I said is, maybe I'm looking at this completely wrong. Maybe I'm looking at this as I want them to adapt something that I love and that I really appreciate what it is. They're not going to be able to do that. So instead, they're doing their version of it. And if I truly kind of just try and enjoy that they're trying to get the vibe of certain scenes without ever doing any of the scenes, without doing any of the dialogue, without truly enjoying any of the characters. And that lasted for one episode. And then I completely lost my shit at them. I don't know. Maybe I was like in the perfect chemical state to kind of be detached enough to enjoy one episode. But no, out of the 2 seasons, there's like one episode of decent material. Everything else in there just proves to me that they had no understanding of it. But I apologize to this audience for saying like, no, just don't think of it as that. Just try and look at it as their interpretation of it. It did not work.
Listen,
Okay, let's see.
that isn't Gray's argument, but it's some people's argument, and it is weak.
Hold on.
Yeah,
no.
I think that's a very weak argument.
I know what you're referring to, and that is not coming out of nowhere. It's coming from a quote that you said on Thinkers, and I don't remember it being out of context. But now I'll have to go dig into our old episodes.
Please do.
Because
and then grab the next week where I said I was
completely
completely wrong about it, and I
very much so. You
to
did change your mind, so I'll cede that.
It's a straw man for not including the context of, and he said he was completely wrong about that and apologized. But that's not what I said.
It was the thing that came to mind at the time. Yeah, you're right.
Yes, okay. I got you. I knew what it meant to be, but okay.
I will disavow what old BMO said. Okay.
Okay.
I'm a new man. It's been 7 days.
BMO. Past Mo.
Okay, so
but yeah, I think I've had everything other than there was one thing that Dorkus said where it was kind of that drinker video that we went over. He just mentioned that
aggressive. Sorry, didn't mean it.
No, it's all good, man. The way that you kind of said it, which was we covered the drinker video a while back, which was critical. The video wasn't a review of Boys season 4. So I think you were saying that I was saying that it's that was critical that it wasn't a review of season 4.
I had thought
these are my expectations for season 4 based off of what seasons 1 through 3 were, and allowing him to have form opinions on that wouldn't be wrong. No, like I definitely don't think that you shouldn't be able to have opinions on if you're going to watch the next season. The thing was, he called it how to kill a franchise or how to kill a. I can't remember exactly what it was.
The title was our biggest gripe with it.
That was my big thing. It wasn't that he shouldn't be allowed to do this. It's like, I think it's really kind of shitty that he's going secondhand through hearsay, doing the telephone game by looking at Rotten Tomatoes reviews of people that didn't actually watch it. And they just keep saying like the same talking points, like this got way too political, this got too woke, but it's nothing like substantial. There's no actual, hey, here, this plot line is way too political. This is way too close. when like it has been a deeply political show. I just thought using that secondhand hearsay thing to back your argument, I don't think that that's the best way to like analyze what a season is doing or the relationship between the entire audience. Like, obviously it's going to be a select few who, I think only episode 1 and 2 had come out by the time that he made that video. I don't believe the entire season was out either way. So I don't know if everybody would be able to say like whether or not this season is too political when, you know, we're only a couple episodes in. Was my only thing, but he should totally be allowed to make that video. I just think that the title was what got me on that.
For me, if he had titled it "Why I'm Not Watching the Boys Season,"
then it's like
whatever, that would have really, it would have hit just as hard because it's just as clickbaity. Like, oh, the critical drinker's not watching The Boys and he hates it. Clearly, cool. Let's talk about that. But yeah, the way he titled it did kind of frame it in the wrong way. I agree with you on that.
And if he had it titled that way, just like this is why I'm not watching it, like you can totally base like your reasons off of like Rotten Tomatoes reviews if you want to. But
base that,
I don't know.
And that's admitting it, yeah.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I'm sure it's clickbait to get more people to click on it. I'm not the biggest fan of that, but what can I say? I've done it myself.
Jab, I love
watch your channel.
Yeah, I love this, Jab, but I did this yesterday.
Jab, you're on the channel right now. All you need to do is look at the last video.
Watch Kitty's content.
Wow, self-report.
Nico is the best. Nico was there.
It's true. But
yeah,
thank you guys for letting me go with that extremely extended rebuttal to your last thing.
I thought we had a really good conversation so far.
So,
it was enriched.
Gray, I have a question actually. Is there anything else that you think I strawmanned you on, or was it just that?
There's a few, but it's not worth going over. There's like 3 things. I'll yell at you afterwards.
Oh, okay. He's gonna start swearing at me, guys.
No, if you guys want to hash it out, it's fine.
Nah, I think we're at a good spot.
Fine.
Let's talk about some Linkin Park.
Yeah. So
I know nothing.
So we revisited bits of media. That is it. What we are doing now is going to talk about the new Linkin Park singer, and it actually, guys, it does sugu, okay? Because the fact is, you were never going to please the fans because Chester died, okay?
Yeah.
He's not coming back, guys. That's it.
Well,
but they wanted to. Oh, you could, yes, okay, but okay. So they wanted to come back and be a band again. So they got a new vocalist. And it seems like there's been some backlash to this vocalist, not on the way she sounds. The stuff that I heard has not been anything about the way she sounds.
Sounds great.
She does actually. I think she sounds great. And I was in like LPU the Linkin Park Underground 4, okay? So there, okay, I'm an OG Linkin Park fan, but yeah, the controversy now is she was friends with Danny Masterson or something, and
Dick Masterson,
Dick or whatever his name is, yeah, that one.
It's Danny.
And
it's Hyde from That 70s Show.
Yeah, and now and then she's also into Scientology. So people took that, and including Dane, came to that and criticized her for that, as opposed
much
to
bigger people. There's some people who should know better that actually came out about this. And
who was that?
They seem to. So I think. Well, now I'm just going to be calling out random people. I know I saw a bunch of Twitter kind of bigger posts that were on it, and then a whole bunch of people going off on that, and then the subreddit. But I want to say Fantano came down on that too, but perhaps I'm wrong. It seemed like there were a couple people who maybe ideologically captured in the music review side of things that kind of just said this shouldn't be, which is weird because like a lot of people, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm viewing this with the most rosy of lenses, but I guess I don't see what the issue is. Like,
yeah, me neither. I just don't.
She didn't write a personal recommendation to get Danny Masterson less time, to get his sentencing reduced or anything like that. She wasn't one of those. She actually knew the dude, so she's No one's an actual fan of actual fandom. Just
They're
saying.
actual bandom. We're banned from the house, basically. I think I can still go on the.
I heard it that time. Good joke, kiddo. Good
Charles
joke.
Thank you. Yeah, that's my favorite one. We stole Charles from his community.
We helped him escape.
Don't you put that evil on me, Zaxi Bobby.
But people seem to be upset that so she is like second generation Scientologist, so it is rather culty, but it isn't like she joined it in.
He's trying to censor it.
It's that 70s show. Hyde can never be seen again. No Danny Masterson ever.
Scientologists.
So it is kind of interesting. He seems like he's a bad dude who did a bunch of bad shit. Danny Masterson. He was convicted of it, but a lot of this shit didn't come to light until the actual trial. And she apparently went to one day of it. She knew him and was friends with him. He asked her to, come and support. It wasn't, again, like a letter of like, I vouched for him. It was literally sitting behind him. And when she heard the charges and shit, she was horrified and she never came back. Yeah. So apparently it was one day. But that is her support for Danny Masterson. Yeah. And once she knew that, she kind of disavowed and was like, nope, this seems totally wrong. But that whole Scientology thing, they have a way of kind of protecting their own. So I don't think she had a way of knowing the actual information until she heard it in court, actually laid out.
Wasn't it the other thing too about her history?
So
Chester has a history of abuse.
Oh,
and the son.
Yes. So
the son
Chester regularly he was unfortunately a victim of childhood SA, and then he has sponsored many charities and done a lot of benefits for that. So his son has come out very much against Linkin Park, saying Chester's son, saying that what Mike Shinoda is doing is dishonoring Chester's memory by hiring somebody who supported somebody who did commit SA when he was so adamantly against it.
Yeah, that's so stupid. That's so stupid. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm completely outside the zeitgeist here. I only heard Emily Armstrong singing and I thought it was good. Okay, so did she sexually assault someone?
No.
She attended one day of a trial of her former friend before she knew the severity of what he was charged with and what happened. And then once she found that out, she stopped supporting him. But that fact that she went to his trial, you can see her in pictures sitting behind him. That is enough to say that she defended SA.
So Chester's son is being an idiot.
Yes.
It sounds like it.
He's being
Gen Z? No.
Yeah.
Hey, don't you put that evil on me, Charlesy Bobby.
So yeah, and she had to come out. She's now tried to have a bit of a response and say she had to let everybody know that she does not support sexual assault, guys. She doesn't.
Who'd have thought?
Thank goodness she let us know, because otherwise we would definitely think that she cares that way. Like, what happens if you have someone like that in your life? Suddenly, just because they are a piece of shit, you suddenly support them? Like, it's very... there is something to be said about telling the judge, oh, no, please don't let him go to jail for this long because he's not that bad. Yeah, then we can have a bit of a discussion about supporting that piece of shit. But when you are blindsided by a person that used to be your friend, they turn out to be a piece of crap. Wow.
We should talk about...
Yeah? What?
Charles has a mind of comedy.
Oddly parallels, this good discussion.
I've never heard of LP. Are they a music band? Yes, they're a music band. But they talk about Drinker using clickbait. Okay, anyway. The reason this relates is because this is something that you can't really please. One of the things is you can't really please fans.
No.
And they don't like change, obviously. And but I actually thought it was quite a good idea to, because somebody said, I saw some screenshots of, I think it was Melanie Mack. She was like, oh, they went woke by getting a female vocalist. Get the fuck out, number one. Go and listen to
Well,
her.
she may not be straight, so they might have put a chick in it and made it gay.
Okay, cool. We have made it gay. It's not gay as in the pejorative way. Anyway, it's a good song. I like that song. Anyway, but the point is that she, I think it was actually quite a clever move to go with a female vocalist, because then you're not comparing male and male. You're just you have a female vocalist.
Matches Chester's register pretty damn close. Like
That's
she
why
is
I like it.
Close.
Yeah, she's close. She is, but I also just think that also helps. The fact that she's female, she's something new. She's not trying to be Chester, but she fulfills. She still has to fulfill the certain. She has to be rough enough to be Chester.
So it's altering the source material then?
No, it's not.
And making a strong female lead. Come on, Charles. How could they do this?
Because
Man.
okay, look, they do perform the old songs, yes. So they do
They're
that, but they
changing
don't.
the
They haven't
story, I guess.
removed. Okay.
Well,
Sorry,
they do
just
have a
the
new
analogy
album
doesn't
coming
work.
up, but
She has
But
a
I mean,
fake
like-
butt. Who has a fake butt?
Miss Sparkles just wants to stare at her butt. That's how she knows.
gotta be honest, I wasn't staring at her butt.
She has a butt.
I'll make sure to
I
take
like
a
it.
note
Who
of it
likes the
next
song?
time.
Who likes the song? I like it.
It's okay. It's interesting. So she's not the only member that changed since last time.
Yes.
Since Chester
Drummers.
decided to selfishly check out and end the band, the drummer also decided that he did not want to go on. And apparently that was a couple years ago. So even when Mike Shinoda did a couple of solo albums, he wasn't using the drummer where he normally would. Instead, he got this producer friend who is kind of a multi-instrumentalist to come in and do that. So he just brought him over into the band. So really, it's just 4 of them are still the same, but 2 of them have changed. So I don't know. It is it's interesting. Nobody's talking about the drummer.
Because no one talks about
nobody's
the
talking
drummer.
about the drummer. Exactly. Nobody will talk about
He's the drummer.
unless it's the Rev or something. Then we'll have maybe a discussion. But yeah, they won't talk about that. The reason that I also wanted to fit this in is that we want to do. If I would need to ask the thinkers if they still want to do a music centered think. Next
I would
week.
love to.
Will everyone
Music is
be here?
based.
I
would
might
love to
not,
talk about
depending
my
on
favorite
flight,
music.
but go for it.
Raucous,
but-
what?
I might
Sorry.
not be depending on the flights, but if
Okay.
I am, I'm down.
Bimo?
Don't bring luggage.
I'm fine
Believe
with
me, I
doing
don't.
a music thing. I am a big fan of metalcore, and emo music, but I would be called a tourist 100%. So I would not be able to probably get too deep into it, other than I like this thing and how this sounds. It sounds genty.
Yeah, that's kind of what I want to figure out is if we can bring because I don't know how many seconds you can review of music. I don't know. I don't want to get the
7.
is it seven?
Oh my
7 seconds?
gosh.
Seven, is it really?
Mhm.
And then it kind of depends. Like some are worse than others. I believe it's Warner Group. Like they don't even let like a second of it go. So it really is kind of dependent on if they have like those bots that listen and then report.
Mm.
Oh,
Okay, well,
Lucifer has.
I'll
good
do a
taste.
little bit more research into it, but Kill Switch Engage, there's only one Kill Switch Engage song that I know and I love. I don't even know the name of it, but I just love it.
Old Kill Switch, not new Kill Switch.
Come on.
Howard Jones.
But I don't know.
The
But,
power
but
of
what
Jones.
I want to do with it is I'll have some questions about favorite bands and things like that, and we just
Nice.
basically celebrate what we like.
Hell yeah.
Oh
and-
man.
Like some of the questions would be, I know what my first CD was, so that sort of stuff. I'd like to have that kind of conversation. So we'll have that kind of question thing, and
I wouldn't
we
get
can
judged
spend
so hard for that thing. So hard.
No, that's it. Listen, it'll be interesting to go through it all. For if the thing is, I want to do it for each person that's here. So So yeah, I'll come up with questions and at least things that you would at least be able to list, and we will make quite a. Oh, sorry, Sparkle, jeez. And we'll do a music centered thing, right? Okay. Cool. And Gray will also help us with things. I don't know.
Sure.
Maybe hopefully talk to us about being about the way music works.
Sure. I don't know that I've necessarily figured it out.
Down music theory.
Deal. I can do that.
4 hours of music theory.
Lucifer is a
Nah, we
DJ.
can do it in
He's been a
5.
DJ for a long time, and music a major part of my life. Okay, Lucifer, you that means you can't kayak next week, eh?
Eh?
So
You're speaking his language?
I'm speaking his language. So Lucifer, you're absolutely welcome. I'm trying to.
Oh yeah, and sorry, I just saw Zach's comment that he doesn't agree with the practice. I'm assuming clickbaiting, but he's not extra mad when Dricker does it. I don't think any of us are either. It just when I saw that it was like 4 million. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm speaking for Charles again, which I shouldn't do. It caught my attention because it was like 4 million views or something like that. And it's like, man, you could actually turn somebody off to this when it doesn't feel like necessarily an informed opinion.
That's why I hate it.
Oh, because it's not an informed opinion.
It's not so much the person doing it; it's the audience that determine what they're doing based on someone showing reviews of someone else who's perhaps not watched it. It's awful.
There's always going to be the sheeple, I think, and you're always going to be frustrated with them, Charles. I think that's just how your life's going to be.
Yes.
You're always going to find sheeple, and you're always going to be pissed off with them.
Lucifer, don't ban people in the chat just because they like country music.
Especially for that message. The Wallace just said, easy music theory lesson. Country is the best.
I'm going to take away your wrench.
Remove the wrench.
You can't ban the Wallace for that.
Jesus.
Come on, the Wallace cannot be silenced.
Oh my goodness. I'm going to put you in timeout.
I mean, he was only timed out for 10 seconds, so that's something. But
okay, you guys say ban. Like when you say ban, that scares the shit out of me.
It's a 10-second ban.
Okay, that's
well, what I'm saying is
ban.
because he likes country, he should have been banned permanently.
That's kind of true to have.
That's okay, Lucifer. You can
True.
You can fake timeout people. That's fine. That's funny. Okay.
Country
That's
music, like Rascal
ban
Flats.
You're okay. Sorry, Lucifer. That's bullshit.
Simple like Applebee's.
They overreacted.
Yeah.
So guys, shall we? You know what we haven't done in a while?
Anal.
A moral journey.
Wow.
or that.
You know what? I don't know.
It's been at least 4 months for me.
Let's can we do Gartic?
specific.
Sorry, can we do some Gartic?
He's poisoning the well. Now we know
garlic.
what Gardic will be about.
Yeah, he's brought that up.
Oh no.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh my
Bimo-
gosh, what is that image?
Oh, you made this image
not
so
seen
long
it?
ago, and we haven't used it once.
Oh yeah, you weren't here.
Oh, that's awesome. I love it. I love the garlic duck.
Garlic duck, and also the phone with millions of numbers on it.
Okay, so I'm going to be starting this up, I assume.
Yes. So everybody, I hope that you will join us in Garlic.
So I'm trying to remember. There was something else I wanted to say that was based off of what Zach said in the, and it's tangentially what you were talking about, Charles. Do you have to watch the entirety of a movie to know that you don't like it?
No.
Okay.
No, there's 3-act structure.
would
If you're a film critic, you should, by the first act, you should have an idea of whether or not you're into the movie and whatever, because it should lead into
disclose that you didn't finish it, like in that review,
right?
Like
right.
you can say like I walked at this point, and that would still be a valid review. But if you're gonna like review the piece as a whole and why it's not good when you checked out after a third of it, like that's not a way to review something.
Yeah,
it kind of depends what you're trying to do.
Okay, yeah, I can get with that. Because it's like you're not gonna have me watch an entirety of an anime season to know that it's shit. I'm sorry, it's just I don't have the patience for that.
Okay.
Or even like a season of The Walking Dead. I didn't like one season of The Walking Dead off of the two first episodes.
Do you think art critics do this for the love of the game?
That's a good question.
At a
I'm not
certain
sure.
point, work is work.
Sure.
Like
Aw, man.
watching the Mousetrap was not at all entertaining for me. But it
was
content.
artistically fulfilling because
Yeah.
you were a completionist and you've seen, the first in this series of amazing horror movies.
You guys.
I don't know. It just kind of depends. Like, if you're gonna give a reason why you're not watching it, like, hell yeah. But
Yeah.
it seems like if you're gonna give a review of the whole thing, it would be extremely dishonest to not actually watch it. I don't know. Am I
agree
out in
with
left
you,
field on this
actually.
one?
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that.
Yeah, that's not. No, you can't review. Reviewing means you viewed it.
There are film
It's in
critics.
the name.
There are critics on Rotten Tomatoes who vote based on a trailer. So their score is relative to 2 minutes.
Yeah.
That's why that score is way too, I don't know.
Okay, I'm putting this in the
Fraudulent.
the normal chat so that I can join from my iPad.
Yep. Get on in here.
Nice. Charles's favorite song, his favorite time,
I've heard it too much this week.
Feeding the ducks.
Yeah, I saw that. You guys put it on from the beginning of
Yo,
the
Lindsay
season.
had like a 3-hour power edition of that damn.
Yeah, you have no idea what the beforehand was. It was nonstop feeding the ducks.
He's abusing
We had it cranked.
That is not my
Rosales, there can only be one. That is the frappe with the chocolate straw. There can only be one. You have to die now.
I'm gonna give it to Rosales.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, my Sunday allegiance has me.
True, he's
no,
Mr.
no,
Sunday.
no, no. Wallace, you have to join. You have to join.
There
There's
is
no way
no
you can
such
ruin
thing
it.
as bad. Sorry, not in this.
Hello. Let's see if you can draw worse
What?
than me, Wallace.
Rosales, thank you.
No,
There can only be one.
Stand your ground. You are the Sunday man.
Rosales is now a pickle with a piñata hat. No, wait.
Is that-
It's a spiky pickle.
Cactus.
No, spiky pickle. Same thing.
I'm forever gonna call cacti that now.
I'm going to say it. Thinking is dumb, and you all agree with me. Okay.
Okay.
I want to, but
I think
The
we
logic
really lived up to our
now.
name today.
What the hell, man?
What the hell?
What's going on, Kitty?
I just don't know how to use an iPad.
Ah,
stupid troubles.
sucks to suck.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cheaters
Okay,
never
can I
win.
get
Apple's
out of this
very
ad,
confusing.
please? How do I skip the? Okay, there you go.
Cheaters never win.
Oh, quit. Sweet.
Ooh,
sweet,
we got
sweet.
9.
Hi, Kitty. Miss Sparkle.
We
Hey,
could do some
Sparkle's
quality
joined.
knockoff here
Yeah,
with
what's
this many people.
What's happening?
Darling's
People.
in here. Oh, we even
What is
got
my-
magic. Nice.
What is my profile?
When are we gonna get Zax in here, huh?
Yeah,
Zax, how about you
Zach's,
stop lifting
Come-
weights and get in here?
Zach's shoulders can't fit in here. Sorry.
You
Go on.
have a helmet on, a knight's helmet.
Disgusting.
Don't think about it. Just agree. No, sorry. We're thinkers over here. Have you not seen our Meowjestic thumbnail?
I thought he was. Never mind. Okay, so what should we do? Should we just wait one more minute? One more minute?
I mean, it is a good song, but I don't know. I think we could proceed.
we're good to
Chokes
go.
the 2.4
Alright.
gigs. What the
What?
How many?
like,
show?
memory? The amount
Like
of memory
MLB the
being
show?
used.
Oh,
Jeez.
are you using Google Chrome?
Yes,
That's why.
bastard.
Google Chrome uses up so much, and so does Opera GX. Don't trust Opera GX in their
I'm on
advertising.
Don't trust
Safari right
anybody.
now.
I gathered you don't trust anybody from our conversation. Okay, so are we? What are we just doing? Normal? Are we gonna do what? What do we want to do?
Dorkus suggested knockoff.
Knockoff? Okay.
Okay.
What's
can
I
knock
can't
off.
play who's at the door. There's no one at the door.
All right. Let's get
Okay.
started.
What are we doing?
Time to draw.
Knock
You're
off.
drawing anything. And you've
So-
got plenty of time, sir. Make it fun. Somebody's going to have to copy whatever you're doing right now. So make it a little bit
Don't make it
detailed.
that
but,
complex.
but it depends on how much of a jerk you want to be to somebody else.
Speak no more.
Oopsie. I know this song, so
It is a banger.
It is.
With something.
I do not like drawing with what it is that I'm drawing with.
oh, he's not. He knew he could.
We have
Not using
multiple
your hands?
cheaters.
What'd you say?
We have multiple cheaters.
Yes.
Cheaters.
Mm.
I resemble that.
You're a cheater because you have skills. That's not allowed.
I have
Yeah.
skills. Since when?
What the hell?
Yeah, Rosales is also a
What you
cheater.
do?
Darling's a cheater.
What the? All right.
What does what now?
Nothing.
Yeah.
I hate this game.
You have not seen what I
Game
see.
loves you, man.
Skill issue.
So you have about a
It's always
third
gotta
of
be
your
a
time
damn
gone.
skill issue.
Mine should be pretty simple.
Really?
Yeah.
No
I
man.
don't believe you. I'm not looking forward to getting one of Darling's drawings either.
To get wanting, eh?
To get oneing. I'm not good at get oneing.
I would love for somebody to just tell me what we need, I don't know, Benjamin the Dream Wizard or something in here to tell me what I'm feeling psychologically because of this drawing.
Speaking of which, Kitty,
Ooh.
you should talk
Drawing
to our
interpretation.
local dream wizard and try and do one of his dream analysis.
She's done that before.
I have done it, yeah.
Should do it again.
Yeah. It would be very interesting to do a different one now that I'm in a different space.
There we go. My masterpiece is done.
Well, you have just under half your time, so add more.
Should I add details?
Flourishes, if you will.
Uh-huh. I'm just gonna pay tribute to Andrew. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Uh-huh. I got a new keyboard. Uh-huh.
Mhm. I'm so sorry, next person, but you know what? I got bored.
Ah.
And I have too much freedom now that I have a pen.
Let's see. So there we go.
Daisy, are you a good girl? Are you a good girl, dude?
Oh,
Nope.
it's terrible.
Staying right there.
Well, you still have a little bit of time left.
Ronnie G, I did not spell anything wrong.
Are you sure?
No! Ooh, there's a whole grid. Oh wow, you can do all kinds of things.
There's a grid?
She's part of the system.
What?
It won't be a part of your system.
Put on the ground.
I'm done.
I am also done. I should probably press the button. I'm the only one
Okay,
that pressed it.
How do I put I'm
Yep.
done? you
You
press.
can't. There is no finishing this game. But you have about 5 seconds
7.
left.
Ah, I forgot a thing.
Ah!
Okay, you got a little bit of time.
Okay.
Wow.
What is
Okay,
this?
now study
Wow.
this
Whoa!
and be prepared to recreate it. But once you hit
Oh, I
draw
hate
it, you will
this.
no longer see it. So use your memory.
Use my memories.
Use them
Oh.
memories.
Oh, I hate this. And I got one of the cartoonist's drawings.
Same.
Well, I got somebody's with talent, and this is going to be tough to mimic.
I don't remember anything past this, so I'm just gonna go like this.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I gave that warning after I clicked through and forgot to pay attention to what was there. But hey, a third of your time is gone already, so yay.
Yeah, so at least this game is horrible.
Yeah, at least there's less time.
Just trying to do all the kanji I can remember.
Thank you. That means you got mine, yeah?
I guess so. This
Well,
is your fault.
if-
You
if you
did
drew
this.
kanji, possibly.
What's a kanji?
I don't know.
If you wrote indifferent speak.
Yeah.
There we go.
You got about a third of your time remaining, so good luck, everybody.
I hate this so much.
Oh, and since you have an iPad with an Apple Pen, you should grab Procreate, Kitty. That's a really good program, and I believe it's free on iPad.
Oh
Not
really?
everyone's into procreation. Okay?
I got Medibang.
It should be.
But it's,
Metabang
it's
is still
for
pretty
pads.
good. Metabang is a pretty good free program though. Like it's not bad.
Yeah, it's
What
just
was
that it's
the
got
other
ads
color?
and stuff. So I'm just not.
Yep.
Forgot the other color. I totally ruined this, whoever's this was. And there's a thing.
I've decided I'm just gonna. I've just
Okay.
put. I've tried my best. Okay.
It's
Tried
actually
so hard
When
and
you
got so
try
hard.
your best and you don't succeed.
Oh,
I know this
love
guy.
This.
I'm pretty sure I know this guy.
Thanks.
Krita is also pretty good. Thanks, darling, for the recommendation.
Oh my god, this was such a great picture. That was the best. That's the best ever. So happy.
Well, a third of your
Love
time is
this
already
game.
gone, so hurry up.
I changed my opinion.
What I wouldn't give for a mouse right now.
That's what
More of a
Daisy
rat
said.
man.
That made me think of I recently watched the what are they called? The Chronicles of Nim movies, the really old ones.
Secret of Nim?
The Secret of Nim, that's what it was.
There's no chronicle.
There's no chronicle.
It's just a secret, man.
And those movies hold up.
They do.
Yes.
I really love that animation.
What
Is
is
that one
that?
blue? No, I don't think that's. I love the animation to that.
It's rotoscoped. That's what I think is the
Yes.
most interesting part about it.
A lot of them were, man. Rotoscoping's cool.
What is this?
Okay, that's a quarter of your time.
We've got purple here. That's not purple. That's good enough.
That's not purple. This is purple.
That's not a
Don't
purple.
know if I
This
don't
is
know
a
if this has
purple.
a mouth.
There we go.
Did it have a mouth?
Whoa!
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 I'm watching the Venn diagram thing. DJ
your time is
Ronnie?
almost done.
Ronnie, thank you for watching the debate diagram. We only got
Oh.
20 minutes in.
Oh, you didn't even get to the snack section.
Nope. We didn't get to the part of, I mean, Zerofuck said we didn't even get to the part where they asked if you like balls on your footer.
Huh?
Do you, Charles?
I do.
You do.
Yes.
Wow.
I feel like it's
Says
a
a
waste
lot
if
about
there's
you.
no balls. I would say it's a
Look,
waste.
can you have children without balls? No?
I don't know.
There's your answer.
I mean, I don't know that it's required.
What the?
Did you skip through it on accident?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, half your time is gone. So good luck.
Of course it is.
No, why am I being a perfectionist about this? This is horrible. No.
There we go.
Much.
No.
Look at how artsy that is.
Oh my
Uh-oh.
gosh, darling.
What
I
does
know
that
this
even
is
say?
you.
Well, that's a quarter of your time.
I have a visceral hatred for people that can make round objects look round.
I look forward to the good part. I don't. You know what? Just keep looking for that good part. I'm sure it's in there somewhere. Right. It's not a penis. Okay.
Oh,
Oh, that is awesome.
Ridiculous.
What? I feel like this is okay.
And a third of your time is gone.
Put my pencil down for 1 second.
Why would you possibly do that?
It's just silly shit now.
Because I'm lame and gay.
Okay. I think this means this is the final round, guys.
Oh, I don't want to draw this.
Half
Not
your
a
time's
fan.
gone.
Not a fan.
I don't know. Kind of sounds like it's a fan.
Guys, I'm gonna be selling T-shirts with these designs on.
Preach.
Let's go.
Join the thinkers
Yeah, I don't-
and have your own. Yeah.
Alrighty.
Did our own drawings come back to us? If so, I did not recognize mine.
I have no clue.
I don't think.
Here we go.
Okay.
So, Herm Burtman.
Emo did.
Oh.
Red Rum Damon.
I love it, Rosales.
No.
That's awesome.
I did what I could.
It
Oh,
worked.
that's great.
Charles got it. And he brought it back.
Whoa.
Nice, Wallace.
Oh,
it's
that's
Oh,
great.
and
darling.
it's,
Nice.
it's a
Close
being.
enough.
That's what I got.
I
back.
knew that
Okay.
was Sparkles fucking with us.
Okay, so I did
Ah.
get it back eventually. Okay.
I remember there was a pink swirl, but I chose the wrong pink.
That's not penis. Got it.
I'm
Next.
downloading the GIF.
Oh.
Oh, this goes far from there.
Yeah.
What?
Okay.
He became fleshy.
Fleshy.
So that's not Sammy, that's Sarah.
Sarah can get out, okay?
Sarah
I made
was
Sammy.
once a human. All right. Sarah was once a
There,
human.
there, she became green.
Whoa.
There, that's what I saw.
Rosales is awesome.
See, let me just say it again. I have a visceral hatred for people that can make round objects easily.
Yeah.
So you don't like Sparkles' thing then? That's a round object right there.
Awesome. And yes, Gray, everything you just said is true.
Oh, that's so good.
nice.
Yeah, this is what I hate.
Why do you look like the guy from Up?
Because I do look like the guy from Up. It's a self-portrait.
There we
I'm
go,
sorry.
Gray.
I did
You
not
made
have
it
a
look
ton of
better.
time. I screwed
you
it
made
up.
it look better, Gray. Yeah.
I think Darling brought it back, but he still lost the arm. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Oh, I think
Oh, I can definitely be
what?
in the Paralympics now.
Oh.
This is what I got.
Oh no.
I can still kind of see Charles there.
Yep.
Oh,
It takes me so long to grow my hair out like that.
there you go. Takes you one round.
All right, Gray.
Whoa.
Oh, that's awesome.
Wow.
Holy shit, Taki.
You even shaded it.
Kinda. I mean, it was pretty bad, but
It's
Mouse.
cute. I love how Sparkles puts glitter on everything.
yeah.
Man.
Oh, it's Mitt.
Rosales forgot to just.
Hmm. Hmm.
What's what was that?
The tongue was too big.
Perfect, Charles.
I guess. Ah,
Oh,
the
it's
map of Texas.
state of, I was about to say.
I like it. I think it kept its, it started with a pink nose. It ended with a pink nose. I like it.
Yeah, good enough.
Very good, guys. Very good. I love it. You're the one.
Wow.
You.
Yeah. I definitely would have screwed this up. So does the kanji actually say something, darling? I'm wondering.
I'm glad that Dorkus is a dork. Is continuing.
I traced Eevee. I mean, Vulpix.
Nice.
Minibang.
I do love me some Vulpix.
Abra best Pokemon.
What
Followed
does the
by
pink
Seal.
say there? I could not
Which
remember, and then I couldn't remember the color.
Star.
We'll scroll back up in a moment. Blah.
Throckmorton?
Oh,
There we go.
prettier blah.
Oh.
Alright, let's
Totally
see
my
what I
bad,
got there.
darling.
So that
Thank you
says
for the correction.
STA Stanu or Stana?
I'm gonna go Sacrum.
Ima one.
Oh, Sparkle.
Oh, Sparkles. That makes so much sense. Damn it. I should have.
I'm a
realized.
It says
winner.
Kitty's
Okay, I can
easy
see
mode.
that.
Yeah, I
It
got
says
the
Kitty's
W
easy
over I'm a
mode.
winner.
Interesting. Okay. All right, so Rosales.
Oh,
Nice.
Oh, that is so awesome, Rizal.
It's cute.
Wow.
Oh, it looks sad.
Mine looks really bad compared to these.
See, I love how abstract this got.
I gave it a mouth.
I
Wow.
love how abstract it got.
So I couldn't remember the colors.
Must be one.
This is the one that I clicked through way too fast.
Darling decided to be diverse.
Well, so did I. I couldn't remember anything. But Sparkles is
Nice,
awesome.
Sparkles. Sparkles is like, fuck you.
He's like, that's a tree.
She brought it back to life. God, I'm so good at running this game.
I like it.
Orc.
I don't think it made it all the way to me.
Pop, pop. Oh, hey.
So far, we are really consistent.
Sparkles is she tried
And
to
it's
join
gone.
the Spanish.
Another
I
shoe.
couldn't remember this one either. This is the first one I clicked through way too fast.
Wait, let's see what happens. Oh, we got a question mark at the wrong color. Oh, yeah,
How
we went
dare
back to
you.
red. We went back to red.
Of course, Darlings even
See,
looks
this looked
great
like
at
someone
that.
kind of running, but I was like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this?
It's a prescription note.
I enjoyed Sparkles.
Whoa.
That's nice.
Yeah, this one was awesome, and I screwed it up. I'm really sorry.
I was.
Oh, you
I love
you
it.
got some.
You got the
I
you got the
remember the
daisy right.
colors.
Oh, that's what I saw. Okay.
What? No penis, not penis.
Hmm.
The
It's an eye and a
same
walker.
thing.
I like it.
Fried weird egg.
I know where this goes.
9/11 joke.
Yep.
Ah, I could see it. Huh.
Too soon.
Almighty.
No.
I mean, never forget.
You guys
So
waited
bad.
too soon. A little too soon today.
What?
Hey, I
This was
mean,
my one.
it is the 12th.
Oh, God.
Jeez.
My buildings look like penis. Don't you think penises look like buildings? It's not your fault.
What is that?
I love glue.
Like-
Bimo.
Heart, say
Say
glue,
Bimo.
Bimo. Big glue sniffer, Bimo. I'm gonna say that's a
Apparently.
sniffer behind it, but I don't know.
Oh, Rosales made it red.
Rosales looks good. Yeah, I screwed that up. Sorry.
Looks great. What are you talking about?
Oh, there was the line underneath that I forgot. So.
I mean, sadly, that is one of them that stayed a lot more like the original all the way to the
Hold
end.
on.
You've got the
I
heart
need to
inside
go
the
back
heart.
up here.
Yeah.
Heart glue says BMO. Okay, interesting. Interesting. You know, that paste from kindergarten, you know, I
The
think
white
about it a
one.
lot.
Put it on your hands. There you go.
It's nothing like the original.
Nothing like
Okay.
the original.
Guys,
That
we have to get
adaptation.
to it.
Oh,
Deal.
okay.
Yeah, I know you guys want to do another, but it is bedtime.
Okay.
For you,
Yes, for me.
Charles, you too. Come on, go to bed.
I'll even turn off the music, guys.
You're gonna get grounded.
Now, I think Daisy's already ready for bed. Hey, dear, it's in a drawer. Anyway, what else? What's happening on this? Let's go clockwise. See, this is why I should
Okay.
go to bed. Great.
Definitely
Doesn't
not going to work
clockwise
like
start with you?
clockwork, but it ends with her. Everything starts and ends with Kidda, the Alpha Omega or whatever. I don't know.
I am the morning
so
and the evening star.
So, if you happen to not be busy on Mondays, you should go over to Willis Credia's channel, YouTube.
or my
at
2 cents of
Willis Credia.
nonsense.
Oh, that's true. Sometimes we have it on a guest channel, which would be my 2 cents of nonsense. But in order to know that, you really should go over to Willis Credia, YouTube at Willis Credia, and subscribe, ring the bell, because the show's usually Mondays. Sometimes it's other days. You ring the bell, you'll know. If we do it on a different channel, you'll know. It's amazing. So yeah, come enjoy the latest from the box office, some predictions, and some reviews. Generally, movie news. If you enjoy that, if you enjoy what we did today, it's a little bit of that, a little less contentious. But yeah, come over for that. And the only other thing I would say is, check out.
Rosales.
I completely lost it, but here it is. I don't know why it didn't show up. Yeah, if you're not busy on Sunday, come over to Rosales Comics. That's YouTube at Rosales Comics if you must. But it's Sunday morning, 7 a.m. PST, 10 a.m. EST. Get the latest. What happened in the week, especially when it comes to entertainment and wrestling. You want the week wrapped up. Rosales do that for you. There's a lot of familiar faces. It's a great time. That's about all I got going on. Charles, you got a lot of irons in the fire, so to speak. What's going on your side of the internet?
You kind of talked about half of it already. If you
Fair
listen to
enough. I
What?
disappeared, so let me find myself again.
just into the fog.
The journey of self-discovery.
If you're going to listen to
No
anybody,
mistering the day.
you better listen to us on show business. That is
Mhm.
what I have to say. Well, especially me. It's going to be busy for the next couple of weeks for me. So there's going to be streams and pre-recorded stuff, and it's going to be very horror related, especially starting tomorrow. Although that
Really?
video is up now, I think. Review for Friday the 13th, 2009.
Nice.
Go watch that.
Go watch
Guy.
this content. It's good.
And now Bamu.
Moo. All right. One thing that's currently going on in the That Darn Kitty Discord is we are doing a contest. It is actually a redesign of the roster of Concord, the now defunct game. Redesign the character. Don't completely make your own thing. And at the end of the month, we are going to be voting on them. So that's more than just the Kitty Discord. I have some other people that will be voting as well. And the design that wins, that person will win a $50 Steam gift card.
We
So that's
Wow.
that's one incentive to join Kitty's Discord, as well as we have a lot of fun conversations in there. And there's always someone that's gonna jump into the VC if they see someone there. So just keep that in mind. You might be ambushed a little bit. But for me personally, I am working hard at trying to get some commissions done right now. Thank you guys for all your help. But I'm still working on trying to get some content made. I'm trying to make use of an actual YouTube channel that I've had in the background just sitting there, and I'm trying to make stuff for it. It'll probably be gaming related. So that's what I've been working on.
Based.
Other than that, yeah, I got nothing. That's it.
Mr. Dorkus, what do you have going on your side of the internet, sir?
Well, over on the No One Asked You podcast, Ascension Unleashed continues apace every Sunday morning. And I think it's starting next week that Storming the Archives, The Way of Kings begins airing on Tuesday morning.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Nice, Tuesdays.
Yeah. And Kita and I just did a very long live stream where we read through The Emperor's Soul. So that's up there. And as always, I have a lot of things planned for the channel, not just Sanderson stuff. Stop on by if you like book things generally.
Yes, another really good channel. It's very fun, honestly. Because they make conspiracy and they talk theory after they've gone like a third of the way through a chapter.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. We do.
No, that's what's awesome about it. All right, that's not a dig. That's what's
It's
awesome.
So basically, with Ascension Unleashed, we literally read through the chapter and we do voices, etc. And then throughout, we will interject
in advance
theories and what we're enjoying about it, what we're not enjoying about it. It's a good time. And Kita has a character coming up in a couple of weeks, I think, with an accent that is just much better than she gives herself credit for.
Okay.
It's just her when she drinks a lot of wine.
You know what? Let's do that. The thing is, we record on Saturday mornings. I'm not going to be that drunk that early. So,
Fair enough.
Not happening. But yeah, everybody, have a nice life.
You didn't say what you're doing.
Well, you know what I'm doing. I'm doing this on Thursdays.
Oh, shit.
In next week, I probably look. I've gotten a little bit more views on the presidential debate this week.
You good, Charles?
Okay.
He doesn't like the more views. He wants it to be the same.
Sorry, I just received passes to a screening that I have no time to get to.
No,
God damn it. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. My fault.
Also, sorry, Miss
sucks,
Sparkles,
man.
about the picture. I'm on a different computer, so I can't do what I usually do. But yeah, sorry. Charles.
Yeah. So what?
We're glad you got more views. Sorry for the interruption.
Yeah. Yay for that. But I don't think I'll finish the debate. If there is a specific question that you guys think would be really worth the diagram, I'll do it. But what I'm planning to do for Tuesday next week, or Wednesday next week, sorry, whatever, next week's solo stream, whenever that is it's going to be all mini diagrams of shorter videos, because we're going to test whether I will diagram the same way twice over if the diagram comes out the same. So we're doing like a Venn diagram of the diagrams. Yeah,
Nice.
no, not speed diagramming, but it's just at least several small ones that I will then compare in about a month's time. And see if I got if I broke the concepts down the same way. So I'm not allowed to cheat and go and look at them again. I have to do them, share them, and leave them, and then go and re-diagram later on. So yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing. That was Gray's idea, actually, by the way. So thanks for that, Gray. Yeah.
It started as a joke based off of just Venn diagram, but it is an awesome thing.
Yeah. And just look, guys, by next month, I will be thinking of ways there will be some horribly scuffed emojis and stuff, because I'll create memberships on the channel next month. So look out for that.
That'll be really cool. If only we knew some artists.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know.
BMO has very graciously offered that sort of thing, but he's I can't afford that. I can't.
You can't afford that.
I can't.
Who
No,
said that you had to pay
it's
me?
not even that. No, but I don't feel
You can
right
afford
doing
not
it.
to,
But
though?
anyway, I want to give you guys the scuff that you deserve, not the good stuff that BMO gives you. No.
The slightly
Maybe-
higher quality stuff.
Yes, the higher quality. So scuff is from me. You're here for scuff. You don't get BMO stuff. Okay, that's it.
If this Gardic
Okay.
was
I mean,
any
it rhymes.
impression, it's the same level of scuff, ma'am.
Anyway, are you guys going to enjoy the outro song? Yes, you are. Let me just turn off the
100%.
background music.
Goes so hard.
Okay. Have a nice life, everybody. We will see you next week for the music centric.
Every Thursday, it's our special.
We're doing a thing. Okay.
Have a good one, guys.
Yeah, bye.
Slow way.